Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday. What's going on? It is Paranormal Friday and whatever else we get our crazy selves into. Thank you guys for joining me today. I appreciate you very, very much. I don't know exactly what we're going to be doing for sure, but it's going to be something related to the paranormal and or everything else that we look at. So let's see what we got going. Today is May 10th, 2024. Thank you guys so very much for joining me. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Hello. What's happening, everybody? Hope you're having a great day today. Great to have you here. Good to see y'all. Welcome back. It is Friday. Typically on Fridays, we try to run some kind of a paranormal something or other. Um, and I got a few different things we could be looking at in that aspect today, amongst whatever else we end up talking about. So that's what we're doing. Good to see you, Morty. Thank you for jumping in. I hope you have a wonderful day, hon. It's great to see you. Thank you for popping in here. I appreciate you very much. You too, Rachel. Good to see you as well. Thank you for jumping in here. Great to see you. Don't get to see you guys too often, Miss Morticia. Um, thank you. So, like I said, today is what we call Paranormal Friday. We'll see how it goes, guys. We can bounce around multiple different things. I don't have one specific topic for today, but it is related to paranormal. So be. I will be jumping into the Delphi case this coming week, as I stated yesterday. There's a lot to it. There's a lot of people I didn't realize didn't know about it, and the insanity of it, I should say. So there is that. Most specifically, Truth Not Feelings had no idea about it, and I really like to give him the deets on it, because he was very surprised. So we'll see. This coming week, we're going to get into some different stuff here and there. First and foremost, let's see who we got in here today, gracing us with their presence. It looks like Truth Not Feelings, as I said. Good to see you, sir. Good to have you back, brother. Good to have you here. Miss Kim Marion, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Charlotte Sank, welcome again. Great to see you. Miss Alicia J. Wonderful to have you here. Andy Rose, welcome back to you, dear. Miss Heather, great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Miss Rachel Lynn, if you're still here, wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for jumping in. Miss seeing you guys very much. Allison White, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Evie Marie, great to see you. Miss Brandy B, always having you here is a pleasure, dear. And I can never, ever, ever doubt that you'll be here. Thank you so much for joining us. Looks like the evil queen Morticia had joined us for a moment, but she had to run. Thank you, Morty, for jumping in and stopping by to say hi. I appreciate you very much. Miss Lisa Vallejo, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you. Miss Moni in the middle, great to see ya. Illuminati, welcome back. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Allison White, wonderful to have you here. Mr. Steven from NCTC, thank you for joining us, sir. The Karma Police in the house. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Let's see here. DS, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Oh Lord Almighty, hold on a second. Get rid of these stupid spam callers. Sorry, folks. DS, welcome back. Great to see you today. Annie Ruler, hola, and hello to you. Crazy Linda, welcome, welcome. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Faith, Hope, and Charities Homestead, welcome back. Great to see you today. John Boy Cat, it's been a minute. Great to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you very much. Neil Homestead, yes, yes, yes. Wonderful to have you here. Ace's Mama, thank you for joining us. Let me see who's at the bottom down here. Miss Wisdom Speaks, Miss Sherry, great to see you today. There's the Mama Bear. Hello, Mama Bear. Thank you for joining us in the chat today. Miss Tina, great to see you as well as always. I think I got everybody so far. Come on in, guys. When you do, please hit the like button on your way through the door and leave your mark. Find a seat, get comfortable. Doodlebug, what's going on, Doodle? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you very much. Pink Peony, good to see you. It's been a while. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Come on in, guys. Everybody get comfortable, if you will. Please. Grab a seat. Real quick here. 1 second. Okay, where are we at here? While we're waiting on everybody to jump on in, give me a second. We have got to set this up. There it goes. Finally loading in. Give me a second, everybody. All right, is this done loading? Okay, dokie. Okay, dokie. Let's load this up and in. Something ain't right here. Nope. Hold on a minute, guys. This did not work. Hold on. 1 second. Sorry, everybody. While we're waiting on everybody to jump in, I want to roll this through again real quick. Please, please, please. Just to get everybody's eyes refreshed. Let's just remember the faces, is all I'm saying, guys. So as we're waiting for everybody to pop in here, hit that like button if you will. Check this out, and we'll get rolling here in just a moment. for that. Very awesome video that I will be showing you guys on a regular, and little by little adding faces and names to it, as always, to keep it rolling. Welcome, Robert Bell. Miss Kells, good to see you as well. Um, of course, Miss Salty Sleuth, True Crime. There's a link to her awesome channel. Again, nothing but facts and based on facts you're going to get from that channel. So please check it out and subscribe if you haven't over there. Thank you for that, SRB. I appreciate you very much. Meatballs unite. Jump in the sauce, guys, so we can spill some sauce today. Forget about it. Let me see. Did I miss a link up here? No. So, ouch. Like I said, today is for Friday. And for those of you that were here yesterday, just so you know, at the end of the show, I was covering a little girl that was missing out of Pike County, Ohio, here where I'm at. They found her. She's safe. She's sound. I'm not 100% sure as to what happened, but she's home. That's what matters. After about 12 hours that she was missing, I'm curious to know exactly what what happened. Doodle, you freaking me out with these Miss Piggy things, just so you know. Especially the one where she's staring at me. That's hilarious. Um. Anyway, yeah, that's true. Very true, Heather. And again, our awesome and lovely Mama Bear. There's the link to her channel. She can't always be here with us, but her heart is always here. Those are her words. So check her channel out as well. Subscribe. And last but not least, the awesome and talented Miss Molly Drake. There's a link for her channel. Very talented stuff she's got over there. Go check it out. If you want a little bit more of the paranormal, some other stuff, please link up to that one. Check it out. You will not be disappointed so very much. Yeah, I'm grateful she was found too. I was a little concerned when I got the stuff in the background on my Discord. I had no idea what was going on at first, and then I found it, and then I couldn't find this stuff, any news on it. The links they sent me were okay, but there wasn't enough on it at that time. Either way, she's found, she's safe. I'm happy. That's what matters. Welcome, Carl. Thank you for joining us today. Very happy to have you here. So let's see. How many of you guys in here are from California? Anybody? Welcome, Julie. Good to see you today. Anybody ever been from California? We're going to be all over the place today, guys. This is not a specific topic we're on. I just kind of figured I'd spread it out. Welcome, North Carolina Mountain Man. Great to see you. Nope, not today. You as well. I don't know. Nope, not today. Clue, do you know what happened to your video? Said the video cut off. Welcome. Throw glitter on it. It's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Nom, 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 nom. Callie in the house. Hey, hey, country brat. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Awesome. That's great to hear. Thank you, Sherry. CPS has helped the family get with Autism Society, and they are helping the dad with ways to stop the eloping. That's awesome. Yeah, they definitely need a little help over there, I think. They really do. Hey, Sony, it's good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Come on in, everybody. Give me a sec. All right. Welcome, Groot. Noni McPoppins, thank you for joining us as well. Sorry, guys, I was muted. Sony, great to see you. Um, Let me see. Country Brat, good to see you. If you didn't hear me say it the first time, my apologies. Um, Marie TN, good to have you here today. Come on in, everybody. Make sure you're hitting the like button when you do come through that door, please. Please, please, please. Callie in the house. All right, all right, all right. So, how many of you guys are familiar with the Loch Ness Monster? I'm sure most of you are. If you're not, you've been living under a rock. Oh, Miss Allison, that's interesting. That's very interesting, actually. You must be reading my mind. I told you guys we're going to be bouncing around to a few different things in here today. I'm going to show you a bunch of little stuff, maybe a couple other things too, but it's all based on the paranormal. So I hope you're ready. If you have your paranormal shoes on, I should say. So thank you for joining me today. But anyway, this is definitely not the Loch Ness Monster. This came straight out of Florida. Um, One second here. See what you think of this.
Look at that.
Anybody ever seen anything like that around here before? It ain't a whale.
Look at that.
We can talk about mermaids, Miss Brandy. KDB, hello. I don't think it's a manatee. I don't think it's a seal. It's kind of long. Okay. It's coming out of Orlando. Not an alligator either, Clue. Fox 35 got the footage. So I don't know what it is. It's kind of long, though. I don't know if it's an oversized sturgeon, maybe. What do you guys think? I don't know because I don't live in Florida anymore. I don't know how big or
Look at that.
long sturgeon can get. This thing is it don't look nothing like it doesn't look fat enough to be a manatee to me though. I don't know. I thought it was interesting either way. Faith says nuclear radiation's outcome. There you go.
Look at that.
Giving you guys another look at it. Don't know what it is. Kind of interesting. Who knows what's swimming around us, you guys? Anyway, that's just one little thing there. Anybody live down in Florida? Ever seen anything like that? I thought it was kind of cool. Anyway, moving forward. Let's see here. Thank you, Miss Brandy. Again, if anybody wants to check out our TikTok, there's a link. Please check it out. Hold on a minute. Trying to find this other one thing. Where'd you go? Who was it that stated that about the cabin murders? Come forward. I don't know. It could be. So that's what I thought too about maybe an eel, but it would be like a really big one, Alicia. Crazy big. I mean, like you got to understand. Like if you have a fish, okay, a fish that lives in a fish tank, it gets to be as big as that fish tank. So the ocean, as big as it is, anything could live there. Even these large lakes and stuff. You know what I mean? Hey, Boricua, good to see you, Miss Allison. A water cryptid. See, that's what I thought too, Heather, was that it could have been a sturgeon, like a really massive sturgeon. But who knows? Who knows? We never know. I see, Allison. Okay. Would Cassie say if Stelio can't do or still a thing? You never know. She's getting all scientific on us here. Miss Cassie's showing her brain cells. Hey, hey. Good stuff, Cassie. Good stuff. That's a good point. I don't think it's a seal. I don't think it was a seal. It was really long. If you looked at what's going on in the water, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, I've seen that stuff too, Carl. It's pretty crazy. Okay. Yeah, I feel like you were reading my mind, Allison. It's really strange, actually. I'm gonna show you why here in a second. Just a second. I didn't know if anybody's ever heard of this. I'm kind of creeped out right now, to be honest with you. Hold on. One second, everybody. Sorry. All right. Little story I was going to share with you guys that I was reading about a couple days ago, actually, knowing that Friday was coming up, because there's been some other things that have been related to this that claim to be paranormal in some sense. Okay. So, to go along with what Miss Allison was claiming, um, the Keddie cabin murder, which was an unsolved case. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house, y'all. Welcome, Molly, dear. Good to see you. So, this is kind of interesting. All right. So, there's a paranormal aspect to this. You get what I'm saying? Let's check it out for a second.
Killers kidnapped her daughter Tina, who was 12 years old, the entire community against one another. Imagine a case so brutal, so chilling, and so wreathed in questions, lies, and cover-ups that it has the power to turn an entire community against one another. Imagine becoming afraid of your own neighbors, suspicious of people you've known all your life. Join me for a ride through strange and mysterious here at Odd Mysteries Stories. That is exactly what happened in Plumas County, California on April 11th, 1981, when Sue Sharp, aged.
So this is the reason why I asked if anybody here was from California. This is this is true crime, but there's a bit of a paranormal twist to this, and if you want to look at it like that. So anybody from California may have heard about this. When I was looking at this the other day, I was really kind of transfixed with this, to be honest with you.
36, was murdered alongside her son, John Sharp, aged 15, and John's friend, Dana Wingate, who was age 17. Sue's killers kidnapped her daughter, Tina, who was 12 years old that night, and later murdered her as well. One bedroom over, 3 other children remained unharmed but forever scarred.
I do not know where Miss Victoria is. I guess she chose not to be here.
The question of how and why they survived and what they did or did not see and hear continues to linger to this day. Every indication tells us this murder was thoroughly premeditated. You're going to be shocked by the level of planning that apparently went into this crime. The Keddie Resort was a crumbling resort situated on State Route 70 in Plumas County, California. When the Sharps moved into cabin number 28 in 1980, the 32 cabins still circled a lodge, a bar, restaurant, and a little store, but they no longer served vacationers. Instead, the Keddie cabins had been converted into cheap housing for locals. Keddie was literally on the, quote, wrong side of the tracks. To the east of the Keddie cabins lay the railroad tracks and a series of trailers owned by the railroad. The Sharps cabin at number 28, in fact, was part of a contract with Western Pacific Railroad. A yard arm attached to a tree outside their house served as the only real street lamp in Keddie, hardwired to a switch that controlled the porch light and was contractually mandated to stay on at all times for the benefit of rail workers. You'll be surprised how important this light becomes later. In any event, there was nothing, quote, resort like about the place by the time Sue moved into cabin number 28, paying $175 a month for the privilege. She, in fact, lucked into the cabin after the previous resident. Then Plumas County Sheriff Doug Thomas moved out. You may have a reason to question whether Doug Thomas's status as a former resident has any bearing on this case. Cabin 28 itself was a ramshackle affair. It had been a one-bedroom shack designed for railway workers. The Keddie Resort expanded it twice before the Sharps moved into it in 1980, resulting in 2 small bedrooms and an unfinished basement. Sue slept in the back bedroom with Tina and Sheila, sleeping in a small low bed beside her larger one. The young boys had bunk beds at the front of the house. John took the unfinished basement. To a 15-year-old boy, it no doubt felt like he'd lucked out and scored his own little apartment, even though he had to climb an exterior set of stairs to reach the rear entry of the house or walk around to the front door every time he wanted to use the bathroom. There was no interior entrance leading to the rest of the home, and the family only had one key, so the Sharps left both entrances to the cabin unlocked at all times. If you happen to read accounts of the Keddie murders, and you'll hear a quote tale of 2 Sues, newspaper accounts from the 1980s paint Sue as a quiet, well-liked single mother who worked hard and made sacrifices to care for her kids on the meager income allotted to her by her ex-husband, James, and the welfare system. The truth is quite a bit more complicated. Several accounts suggest that Sue was a neglectful mother who often had no idea where her children were at any given moment and who often simply left them behind at home so she could pursue her own interests. She also supposedly had several affairs, including with Marty Smart in cabin 26, who you will learn becomes one of the main suspects in this case. Daughter Sheila was likely a parentified child. Witnesses say she was often forced to care for her younger siblings. Often she would send the boys outside to go play, then stay inside and watch television with Tina. Ricky, age 10, and Doug, age 5, would often spend the day playing, unsupervised, in a ditch near the cabin. Sheila also had her own problems. Impregnated at the age of 13, she ended up spending a year living with her aunt in Oregon, returning only after her mother Sue put the baby up for adoption. Dana Wingard was practically a member of the family, perhaps in more ways than one. He and John hung out with one another constantly, often hitchhiking back and forth between cabin number 28 and Dana's foster home. John and Dana were probably at least peripherally involved with the local drug culture. All in all, the Sharps weren't exactly the quintessential boring, struggling family that Doug Thompson made them out to be when he was speaking to reporters in the 1980s. And while few families escape complications, it would seem this one had more trouble than most. The Seabolt family are also an important part of this story. They were the Sharps' next door neighbors. The family consisted of James Seabolt Sr., his wife Zonita, and his children Alyssa, Paula, and Jamie. Tina Sharp slept over at the Seabolt family cabin quite often. In fact, she was the Sharp sister most likely to be spending time with the family. She slept over most Fridays and Saturdays. The Seabolts never let their own children sleep over at cabin number 28, as they considered Sue to be inattentive, but welcomed Sharp children on a regular basis. Nevertheless, Sheila's presence at the Seabolt cabin that night was highly unusual. It was, in fact, the first time Sheila had ever slept over at the Seabolt home. Sheila later claimed she was good friends with Alyssa. It was unusual for Tina to go home as well. Sheila claimed Sue summoned Tina home, stating she did not have permission to stay at the Seabolts that night. The Seabolts had no reason to question this story. It was the Seabolts who would later run to the lodge and call the police on behalf of the Sharp family. If the Sharp family was complicated, the Smart family was even more so. Martin Smart was an ex-Army and a Vietnam veteran, though he never saw any real action. He was a cook on a non-combat base in South Vietnam. Nevertheless, his military career was marked by a 2-month stay in the brig, in part because he was already involved with drugs. Later, he would try to claim PTSD for disability money. He would go on to have 4 children with Marilyn Loon Smart in a relationship peppered with threats and violence. In the 1980s, after the bodies were found, Marilyn herself would go unnoticed by the media, though police questioned her on numerous occasions. Of those children, only Justin Smart, age 12, was living with Marty and Marilyn at the time of the murders. Marilyn was allegedly no more attentive than Sue, often losing track of her son, Justin's whereabouts. You'll be
Welcome, Victoria. Welcome, Kimber, Scooter McBooters, Sam. All you guys that have just jumped in, guys, please hit the like button if we can. Wendy Wallace, good to see you as well. Thank you for joining us. This is a story. It's a murder type story, but there's a paranormal aspect. There's another story I read about this that claims that there were paranormal activities surrounding this in some senses too. So I don't know. It's up to you guys what you think. I just thought the story itself was really crazy and interesting. So thank you guys for joining me today. And it's based out of California. So any of you Cali people, Miss Victoria, you just went back out and hit it. Oh, you're fine, Kimber. No worries. I know you will if you will. So no biggie. Appreciate you guys very much. So here we go.
shocked to discover how this inattentiveness contributed to the case. Like Sue, Marilyn was also known for having her own share of affairs. By the time the Sharps moved down the street, Marty was working as a cook at Keddie Lodge restaurant. As part of his compensation package, he received free rent at number 26. Shortly before the murders, he lost his job. Rumor has it he was fired for dealing drugs out of the back of the restaurant at the time. Losing his job meant losing free rent. He was
Welcome,
going to
Paula.
need to start paying his rent. At one time, he briefly lived with a friend, former mobster named Bo Bood in Reno.
There's a lot of names, guys. Yes, don't worry about keeping track of it. You'll see why here as we get further on in. It's not going to be that important.
Bo would later come back to move into cabin number 26. Marty Smart and Bo Boo, BD, are most likely to have been the 2 people who entered the cabin on April 11th with murder on their minds. Yet they walked free until their deaths, along with several potential co-conspirators. A 4th family story touches on the tale of the Keddie murders. The Meeks family, overseen by family matriarch Nina Meeks. Nina Meeks was supposedly Sue's best friend in the area, and they often spent time together. One of Nina's sons, Wade, was allegedly involved with Marilyn Smart at the time of the murder. The other, Richard Meeks, may have been the father of Sheila's child. Up to 6 people could ultimately have served as accessories, accomplices, and potential instigators in this case. The Meeks are shadowy figures in this story. Keep them in mind as you continue to explore these chilling events. On the morning of April 12th, Sheila returned home to cabin 28 to change clothes for church. She spotted 3 tied-up bodies. They'd been bludgeoned and stabbed to death. She then ran back to the Seabolt home. The Seabolts, who did not have a phone, raced to the lodge to report the crime to the police. 3 people were dead in the house, but 3 people still lived. The spare bedroom held Greg Sharp, age 5, Rick Sharp, age 10, and Justin Smart, age 12. The 2 Sharp boys were in the bottom bunk. Smart was in the top bunk. The media would report they likely slept through the crime. I think you're going to have reason later on to question that assessment. Sue, John, and Dana were beaten to death with claw hammers and stabbed multiple times.
Welcome, Debbie.
Yet Rick and Greg supposedly remained sound asleep on the bottom bunk, one room over. At least one scream was loud enough to briefly rouse neighbors in cabin 16, directly behind the Sharp cabin. It is highly unlikely the boys slept
Hey,
through the
Cindy.
whole thing. Justin Smart was there too, curled up in the top bunk without Marilyn or Marty's knowledge or permission. He was the murder's only known eyewitness. Traumatized and confused, he at times told investigators he saw everything through a crack in the door. Influenced by his trauma, he at times said he dreamed the whole thing. He has recounted both the witness version and what he called the, quote, dream version, which is eerily similar to the former but more stylized, as if relayed from a place of dissociation and fear. Either way, he described 2 suspects tying up Sue, John, and Dana before beating and torturing them to death. All indications show a young man who did the best he could in the face of horrific circumstances and did what he could to aid the police. He even tried fruitlessly to warn Doug Thomas that Tina was missing and presumed not dead, and that the killers may have taken her, quote, down by the river. While nobody has ever said so, there's a good chance he might have told the younger boys in the bunk beneath him to be very quiet and very still, protecting them as best he could. He might even have heroically ordered them to freeze and pretend to sleep. More horrifying still, the police found blood on the door to the boys' room. They found blood on the wall inside. As you'll soon learn, the murderers would have been covered in blood at the time, soaked and steeped in it. It's my guess that they walked inside. They saw all 3 boys and most likely saw that Justin was awake. There was a reason why they chose not to remove this final loose end, this last eyewitness. When Justin Smart stared into the eyes of a killer that night, was he staring into the eyes of his own father? Was his presence in that room that night the only reason Greg and Rick were spared? Later, Sheila Sharp and Jamie Seabolt would help the 3 boys climb out the window so they wouldn't have to walk through the blood-soaked house to leave the cabin. The Keddie murders were so premeditated that even the timing of the murders was planned and accounted for. Many cabin residents were out of town for school vacation, reducing the number of potential witnesses. In addition, based on the normal schedules of several of the individuals involved, quite a few people were in that cabin who weren't even supposed to be there that night. As mentioned, Tina spent nearly every Friday and Saturday night with the Seabolts, so she shouldn't have been there that night. John and Dana wouldn't have been there under normal circumstances either. They both often spent weekends with friends. John would generally return home on Sunday night so he could be ready for school in the morning. If John and Dana were the targets, someone followed them there. No adult seemed to realize that Justin Smart was spending most nights at the Sharp cabin. If Sue were the target, her killers would have expected her to be home alone, save for 2 very young boys and perhaps Sheila. Sheila had not been there long enough to establish a regular schedule. What do you think? Do you think the killers got more than they bargained for? The initial investigator for the case was then County Sheriff Doug Thomas, the very man who had lived inside cabin number 28 prior to the Sharp family. He was also known to be Marty Smart's good friend. and Marty had been a guest at his cabin many times in the past. He said he did not believe that Marty and his friend Bo were the culprits. Residents reported that Thomas was often seen in the company of drug dealers and counted many of them among his friends. Trust in the Plumas County Sheriff's Department was already at an all-time low by the time Doug Thomas rolled up to the crime scene in cabin number 28.
I'm definitely not sleeping, folks. I'm wide awake. So, to you, Clue.
Doug Thomas told the papers the murder was all about Tina, but no other evidence seems to indicate that is the case. There is a good chance Tina was taken and killed for one reason, and one reason only, because she witnessed something she was never meant to see. The only question was why the murderers took her off the property instead of killing her with the others. Both potential answers I found will chill you to the bone. Later, 2 Department of Justice agents arrived to investigate, but they weren't from homicide. They were from the Organized Crime Unit. One of the suspects, Bo Deed, was a former member of an organized crime outfit in Chicago. Their presence on the case immediately caused confusion and suspicion.
So these guys came out of the Chicago Mafia, folks, just for those of you that don't understand. The Chicago mob. Why are they showing up? I always look sleepy here, Clue. Why are they showing up on a crime scene and in a police investigation? It's a little strange to me, but hey.
Among the residents. Do you think the DOJ was there to lend their honest efforts to the case? Or do you think they were there to protect Bo, a man who might well have been a witness on what they would have considered to be a much bigger and more important case than the murder of an impoverished single mom and a handful of teenagers? Officer Mike Gamberg was among Thomas's employees at the time. He had a personal connection with the case and was friendly with John Sharp and Dana Wingate. Wingate had visited his home just a day or so before the murder, but Mike been suspended on an unrelated matter. When he got back to the force, he was kept far from the case. He tried to give Doug Thomas leads, but Doug ignored everything Mike had to say. Gamberg is important because by 1983, the case had essentially been shuttered. It remained so until a new sheriff rode into town. Plumas County Sheriff Greg Hagwood reopened the case in 2016 and summoned Gamberg back to the force to serve as a special investigator. Hagwood and Gamberg completed most of the credible work on the case. They arrived to find a mess of a case file. Leads had been dropped and evidence had been lost, contaminated, or ignored, yet they have continued to spend 8 years faithfully attempting to put the pieces together so that the surviving family and community could have justice at last. By 5 p.m. on April 11th, Sue, Ricky, Greg, and Justin settled in for dinner in cabin number 28. Sheila and Tina were next door in cabin number 27, having dinner with the Seabolts. Sheila told the Seabolts that Sue wanted Tina home that night before 10 p.m. Across the way, in cabin number 14, a man named Thomas spotted a woman doing dishes in the kitchen at 8 p.m. Tina returned home at 9 p.m. Sheila accompanied her retrieved night clothes and returned to the Seabolt residence. Between 9 p.m. and 9:30 p.m., Sue received a phone call. Greg, Rick, and Justin Smart heard her say, "Who is this?" Before hanging up, "It is possible someone made the call to verify that Sue was home." Rick, Greg, and Justin Smart were all in bed by 10 p.m. An hour later, Sheila and the Seabolts went to bed at 11 p.m. At 11:30 p.m., a neighbor named Arthur, a resident of cabin number 11, walks by the house on his way to the backdoor bar. He noted the cabin and the street were unusually dark. Multiple neighbors said the same thing, that it was dark in front of the cabin and the darkness was unusual because Thomas spotted someone doing dishes in the home at 8 p.m. We know the lights were likely still on at that time and would have gone off somewhere between 8 o'clock and 11:30 when Arthur walked by. Remember, the only way to turn off the street light was with cabin number 28's porch light switch inside the cabin, as the two were hardwired together. There are contradictory accounts of when John and Dana arrived and who brought them home. They'd spent most of the evening trying to get a ride back to Keddie without much success. Some accounts say they made it home by 10 p.m. Others say they were home by midnight. Either way, they most likely went straight down to the basement. Meanwhile, at about 10 p.m., Martin
Thank you,
Smart,
Doodle Deer.
Obade, and Marilyn Smart go to the back door bar dressed to the nines. Martin and Bo wore flashy suits and cheap sunglasses, while Marilyn wore a long white dress. Very few people were at the bar that night, but those who were there said the trio was acting weird. By 1 a.m., Martin claims to have been, quote, pissed off by a change in the music. The three of them stormed out, and Marilyn claimed to have gone home. Their route would have taken them right past the Sharp house. At around 1:15 a.m., two people named Barbara and Michael in cabin number 16 awake to hear muffled screams. They soon dismiss the screams and go back to bed. Chances are, around this time, Dana and John run up from the basement to try to save Sue and Tina. For their heroism, they soon become the next victims. Bo and Marty claimed they returned alone to the bar at 1:15 a.m., again walking past the Sharp house. Nobody seems to have a solid timestamp for the two men's arrival at the back door bar for the second time that night. What do you think? If Bo and Marty were walking by the house at exactly 1:15 a.m. on the way back to the bar, they likely would have heard the same screams as cabin 16. Unless, of course, at 1:15, they were inside the cabin committing murder. Is it possible they went to the bar and were as showy as possible in the hopes of being seen so that they could attempt to establish some kind of an alibi? We know one thing for sure. By the time those two men returned to the backdoor bar, Sue was dead. John and Dana were dead, and Tina had been taken. Police uncovered quite a bit of evidence at the scene. One of the two hammers used to commit the murder, as well as both of the knives. A bent steak knife and a sturdier butcher's knife. The medical tape and electrical cords used to bind the victims were on site and did not appear to have come from cabin number 28. Police also recovered a yellow blanket that someone had used to cover Sue. They found evidence of an 880 BB gun or pellet rifle, the butt of which had been used to hit Sue, though this was not recovered at the scene. The phone was off the hook. There was blood everywhere, but all of it appeared to have come from the victims. The bottoms of Sue's feet were covered in it. The boys had blood on the bottom of their shoes as well, indicating they had, perhaps in a state of shock, wandered through the blood at some point. 1981 was still too early for DNA collection at crime scenes, which would not begin until 1985. Therefore, the initial investigation did not recover any DNA, and the papers reported that there were no prints at the scene. Investigators found Sue lying on her side, gagged and naked from the waist down. Someone had rearranged her out of what had previously been an indecent condition and covered her. There were defensive injuries on her arms. Some suggest that Justin Smart covered Sue's body before scuttling back to the top bunk. Eventually, police would collect more than 200 pieces of evidence from this scene, even dismantling the walls. Yet the entire investigation was completely mishandled.
Look, Clue and Kimber, if you're going to do that, you better go live so I can stream it to everybody. For real. Want to see it.
Greg Hagwood would later say, if the right things had been done, this case would have been solved within weeks. What do you think? Were Doug Thomas and the two
Actually, Kimber, I was going to show that next. So stay tuned in, guys. I got something else to show you guys after this.
DOJ investigators who arrived in Plumas County incompetent? Or was this a deliberate cover-up? Wait until you hear how the evidence was handled after the fact. The Keddie murder case is an unusual case for my channel because, unlike many of the crimes I cover, there is a strong chance that we most likely know the identity of at least two of the murderers, even though nobody was ever charged in connection with this crime. Yet investigators say they believe there may be at least 4 other accomplices out there somewhere. As there is no statute of limitations on murder, these accomplices may yet be charged and brought to justice. Questions swirl about the identities of these accomplices and their motives for murder. The identity of at least one of the potential accomplices is sure to shock you. Let's talk about the most far-fetched theory first, okay? In this theory, John and Dana were the targets of the murder. Witnesses say that the two might have stolen 10 sheets of acid, perhaps to fuel a rumored, quote, acid party that was taking place in the region on the night of the murders. Witnesses report they saw John and Dana arguing with two young Native Americans earlier in the day, and that the Native Americans had threatened to kill them if they didn't get what they want. Was this a drug crime, an act of retribution over stolen drugs? Perhaps. This theory mostly seems like a red herring, given, according to toxicology screens, neither John nor Dana had any drugs or alcohol in their system that night, while hearsay says that both boys dabbled in marijuana from time to time, and that they certainly spent a lot of time hitchhiking between cabin number 28 and the home where Dana's foster parents lived. The type of trouble they got into seemed to be normal teenage trouble. In addition, if someone followed them home, they'd have known to go into the basement through the exterior entrance rather than into the home and straight to Sue's room. While Hagwood and Gamberg claim at least 6 people could have been involved in the murders, Bo and Marty are the suspects we know the most about. Accounts vary as to the relationship between Marty and Sue. There were rumors of an affair between them, but other rumors said Sue was trying to talk Marilyn into leaving Marty because of his abusive behavior. Marilyn herself claims that Marty also hated John and Tina, and that he'd threatened to break John's hands just 1 month prior to the murders. The act of rage story is certainly the prevailing and most popular story. Do you think it's as simple as a pair of violent men committing violent acts only to be aided by a friendly or incompetent sheriff who mishandled the entire investigation? Or do you believe there's more to it than that? The third theory involves Nina Meeks. Nina claims that on April 11th, until returning home at 5 p.m., Sue and her kids were all over at her house playing board games and having a great time. Several eyewitness accounts contradict this claim, leading to an important question: why did she lie? Some have suggested that Nina wasn't really Sue's friend in the end. Sheila claimed Richard Meeks was the father of her baby, despite the fact that many of Dana Wingard's friends claimed he was extremely worried that the baby might have been his. Perhaps Nina became enraged when Sue put the baby, her grandchild, up for adoption and arranged to have Sue murdered as a result. This theory doesn't explain who did the actual deed. There's no suggestion that any of the Meeks boys were anywhere near the crime scene that night. However, the Sharps, Meeks, and Smarts were quite intertwined, and Marty was facing eviction. Is it possible she offered a desperate man and his friend, the former hitman, money so that they would retaliate against Sue?
Thank you, Dito, and thank you anybody that donates to that. It's very much appreciated.
This theory is the darkest and most disturbing of the 4 theories. It describes a conspiracy between Sheila Sharp, Marilyn Loon Smart, Bo Beatty, and Martin Smart, with perhaps 2 others providing support or withholding information. In this theory, each of the 4 had their own motives for committing the brutal murder. First, Marilyn was allegedly deep in an affair with Wade Meeks. After the murders, she moved in with him, and they became romantically involved for a time. Members of the community recount that while Marilyn felt free to sleep around herself, she became enraged when Marty cheated on her. Marty had his brief stay in Reno with Bo after she kicked him out of the house. Did she see Sue as a rival? Someone she wanted gone? Did she see an opportunity to have Marty charged with murder? A neat, clean way to get him out of her life? Citing a fear of Marty, Marilyn moved out of cabin number 26 days after the murder. She filed for divorce on April 23, 1981. Then there was Sheila, the parentified child. Some accounts suggest she wanted to keep her baby and leaned hard into the narrative that it was Richard's, especially when Nina was around, that she hated her mother and hated her family and intended to move in with Nina Meeks as soon as possible, assuming Nina would never turn her own grandchild away, so that when Sue put the child up for adoption instead, she wrecked Sheila's entire escape plan. Did she hate her family enough to conspire with Marilyn, Bo, and Marty? It would explain why she slept over at the Seabolds when she'd never shown an interest in doing so before. She also would have had an opportunity to switch off the porch light and thus the street light when she was getting her clothes. Police later found the front porch light unscrewed as well. Doug Thomas's deputy, Steve Wright, would later reach up and absently screw the light back in. Sheila's fingerprints were found on the light alongside Steve. If this theory is true, it suggests a chilling narrative. Sheila herself was the only source of information about why Tina went home. As inattentive as Sue was, summoning Tina home would have been strange. Did Sheila make up the story to send Tina to her death, freeing herself from one more obligation? Perhaps she expected the boys to die too, not realizing that Justin Smart's presence would ultimately complicate that part of the plan. If she did, Sheila put a monkey wrench into the plan because there's a good chance the killers didn't expect Tina to be there. Was Tina's scream was the one that the neighbors heard in cabin 16? She might have been curled up in her little bed when it began, only to seal her fate by revealing her presence. What do you think? Do you think Sheila carefully staged her role in these events, settling into bed that night in the hopes that every member of her family would be dead by morning? One
Crazy.
lingering question in this investigation is why the killers bothered to take Tina with them. If it was merely to silence an eyewitness, they could have simply killed her while she was there in the cabin. Instead, it's possible Tina lived for 2 more years. When her remains were found on April 22, 1984, in Plumas National Forest, a forensic anthropologist said she could have died at any time between the spring of 1981 and the winter of 1983. Unfortunately, they only found parts of Tina's skull and were barely able to identify her with dental records, let alone determine the time or nature of the death. One reason to take Tina might have been Bo himself. Marilyn claims that both of Bo's ex-wives were only 18 years old. One chilling possibility is that he liked young girls and wished to keep her for his own purposes until he ultimately disposed of her, leaving practically nothing behind. It's also possible that even these cold-blooded killers had an attack of conscience. Perhaps they injured Tina, but she hadn't died yet. Killing a little girl in cold blood might have been too much even for them. Perhaps she later succumbed to her injuries, and when they dumped the body, wild animals got to her, destroying most of the evidence. Do you have a theory as to why the killers took Tina and where and how she died? If so, let me know in the comments below. When Hagwood reopened the case in 2016 and brought Gamberg back on board, the two men sprang into action. By now, Martin Smart was gone, having died in 2006, as was Bo Baubidi, having allegedly died in 1988. Nevertheless, the two lawmen believed there were at least 4 more members of the community out there involved in the crime, people who still needed to be brought to justice. What they found left them in a state of dismay. Case history logs had disappeared entirely. Many pieces of evidence had been contaminated. Some had been left in a freezer, but the freezer was turned off. Then there were plenty of leads that nobody had ever followed up on. There was the fact that Martin, quote, helpfully told investigators he'd lost a hammer or maybe had it stolen before any investigator ever asked him about a hammer. There was the letter that Martin Smart wrote to Marilyn after fleeing Keddie shortly after the murders, wherein the letter said, quote, I've paid the price of your love, and now I've bought it with 4 people's lives. You tell me we are through? Great. What else do you want? I've paid for your love. Please give it back at least once, end quote. The letter was, quote, overlooked and never listed as evidence. Marilyn claimed she never received it and learned about it from investigators. Then there was a call from a Reno Veterans Administration counselor to the Department of Justice. The counselor claimed that Marty Smart had confessed to the murders. 2 agents arrived at her office and took copious notes, then left. It does not appear that anyone did anything with the information. There was the chilling anonymous phone call that came into the Butte County Sheriff's Office on the day that Tina's remains were located. The
Thank
caller
you,
said,
SRB.
quote, I was watching the news. and they were talking about a girl found at Feather Falls. I was just wondering if you thought of the murder up in Keddie. In Plumas County a couple of years ago, where a 12-year-old girl was never found. The chances that any casual news viewer would connect the remains to the Keddie case were slim to none, so Gamberg was appalled to find the tape in an envelope at the bottom of a box. He said the envelope was sealed and that nobody had ever listened to the tape. He had scientists attempt to compare the voices on the tape with the voices of known suspects, but he has not disclosed to the public if he ever found a match. Despite everything, Hagwood and Gamberg made some progress on the case. In 2016, they located the missing hammer in a pond down the road from cabin 28. They also pulled partial DNA from a piece of white medical tape used to bind the victim's hands. The DNA was a match to at least one still living suspect, though they have not yet disclosed who that suspect might have been. I could not find out why they have remained silent. In 2021, Greg Hagwood and Mike Gamberg believed they were, quote, closer than ever to solving this case. Yet many years have passed, and there have been no new arrests, no charges, no indictments. Today, the Keddie cabins sit in a virtual ghost town frequented mainly by shady characters and the occasional curious soul brave enough to venture onto the property. Cabin 28 was torn down years ago. Do you believe that the questions surrounding the case will ever be answered, or was this investigation already doomed by the time Doug Thomas arrived on the scene on the morning of April 12th? Share your theories and insights in the comments below. Perhaps you can shed some light on the lingering questions swirling around this chilling and mysterious story.
Now, there's more to this, you guys. There's a lot more to this, but I'm trying to throw a few different things at you guys today, not just one long ass thing. Thank you, SRB, if you didn't hear me. That's my heart there, my little granddaughter. It's a crazy story, and there is a document. If you just look up the Keddie's murders, it's really crazy, guys. It really is. I don't think that'll ever be solved, to be honest with you. Because there's a lot of players in it, and it does have that property supposedly had some form of a they didn't really touch on it in there. Paranormal aspect to it, I'll just put it that way. Yeah, 43 years, guys. It's a long time. Think about it. A long time. Let's see where it's at here. Okay, so for those of you that are into the paranormal, paranormal, what's up, Twizzy? What's happening, bro? This place is a place that I have yet been to. I almost went, but I really want to go. And I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. I promise you that. Miss Leslie and Billy's in the house. What's happening? John Boy Cat, good to see you. Thank you guys for getting us in the algorithm. You guys rock and roll. Appreciate you guys very much. I will, and I'll probably see you guys Saturday, but happy early Mother's Day to all you awesome mamas out there. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you all very much. Carito MVP, good to see you today. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. So now we're going to we're going to come back to this one after we look at this today. Lil Pekka, hello, how are you? We're going to do a more in-depth than what we do in here today on this. Look into this. But right now, we're going to check out the Waverly Hills Sanatorium.
Going to manifest.
Don't know what that was. What just happened? What the hell was that? They're probably They're the loudest, clearest footsteps I've ever captured with a camera.
Hi Crypt Keepers, thank you so much for tuning into Amy's Crypt tonight. We are taking on a big one. This is one of the most haunted places in the world. This is Waverly Hills. I've wanted to investigate here for years, and I think honestly tonight is going to be a rite of passage for Jared and I as investigators, and I'm excited, but I think I'm more nervous for this one. There's so many hauntings here, so much history, so much activity, so stay tuned.
Many claim Waverly Hills Sanatorium to be one of the most haunted buildings in the world, and this mammoth 5-story batwing-shaped hospital certainly possesses the dark history to claim such a reputation.
Waverly Hills was originally built to be a tuberculosis hospital. The building that everyone comes and tours was actually the third hospital built on the property. The first 2 hospitals were a much smaller capacity, and since Jefferson County was one of the hardest hit counties in Kentucky, this building was erected to try to help house and curb a lot of that pandemic. So this was a fully functioning hospital in a sense. It was, however, strictly tuberculosis. There would have been operations, there would have been procedures performed, treatments on the patients. The patients themselves lived here in the hospital. The staff had housing on grounds, including the doctors. They had their own homes. This was a 600-acre property, and if you worked here, you lived here.
During its time as a hospital, Waverly Hills would sadly see many deaths. While no records exist to report an accurate death count that occurred within the building, it is estimated that the death toll could have been in the thousands.
Now, this place, you guys, if you know anything about the tuberculosis outbreak, TB outbreak, whatever, it was horrible. It was way worse than what COVID affected us like here. Okay. Now, there was not medications and stuff like they had. They did weird things to these people. They put them in like out on the patio in the air, thinking that was going to help. I mean, there were so many different things, but so many. There were so many people that died in this building. They put in something called the death tunnel. It's the death chute. Okay. There was a tunnel built off to the back of this that they would just toss the bodies down this tunnel. By I mean, I'm talking by hundreds. Okay. And they would load them into train cars and off they would go, or they would be incinerated. It was crazy. And they're probably going to show the tunnel here. It's one of the most, it has some of the most activity here than any place else that I've seen. Just a heads up. Pookie, what's up? How you doing, bro? Thank you for dropping by. I appreciate you very much. I hope you're doing good. Yeah, Kim, it was crazy. Like I said, they would just slide them down the death tunnel and pile them up in the train cars, or they would take them to have them incinerated. It was crazy. So I'm hoping they show you guys that part of this.
With so many passing over here, their bodies were eventually to be removed via a 500-foot tunnel that became known as the body chute. This was in an attempt to hide the deaths of so many fellow patients from those still undergoing treatment. This, of course, only adds to the rumors of hauntings within the sanatorium.
So we are, I like to think, the #1 most haunted place in America. And if you go to the right chat boards, the right websites, there's a lot of people that agree with that thought and that theory. The stories that come out of here.
That's not Pookie Madoodle wisdom. That's Pookie, the male version.
Here are numerous is an understatement. Everything from people being touched, people seeing full apparitions, of course our shadow people. Everyone loves to see our shadows and our permanent residents walking through a hallway, walking through a doorway, even walking up to people. Some people have even reported feeling like they've been touched by something, like a full physical grab, or something as light as a tap on the shoulder or grabbing their hand. Temperature changes, cold spots, hot spots are not abnormal in the building. Screams, footsteps, doors slamming. We kind of are grab bag of everything and anything that's paranormally possible. I personally have had a slew of experiences in my time up here in the building. Never ceases to amaze me what our permanent residents are actually capable of.
Having heard so many stories about Waverly Hills and knowing what a reputation it holds for being one of the most haunted places in the United States and the world, I'd always wanted to visit and investigate this place for myself. And tonight, Jared and I finally got the chance to do so. We didn't know this going in, but this would truly become an investigation we would never forget, and one that would rattle us to our core.
I'm freaking out. I've been freaking out all day. I was freaking out last night because I knew that I was coming here. This is one of the most haunted places that you can set foot in the world. I know a lot of people who have investigated here and relayed stories to me, and just hearing things on the grapevine about Waverly Hills. I am so nervous. I literally posted on Instagram on my stories before we came in how nervous I was. I felt like I was going to have a breakdown.
I am about to have a full-blown panic attack. I have anxiety 100% about tonight's investigation. I feel really shitty and nervous and on edge. We have not even passed the gates to this location yet either.
I'm definitely chuffed and excited to be here. We've just had a quick walk around just to find our bearings. There are definitely a few places here that give me really off vibes. So I think it's going to be interesting. Let's put it that way.
I'm so scared, but I'm living. I really want to see something tonight. That is what I want to leave with from Waverly Hills. And I hear it might not be too far-fetched to actually leave with an experience like that. Fingers crossed. This is taking on a different feel in the dead of night already.
Bats.
No.
Should I turn off my light?
Yes. Me, like 2 seconds in.
Can we just get out?
Going out that way. Just leave. Not gonna lie, I doubt that we're more safe out here. Sorry, Jared.
Oh, God. I can't do bats. I can't do it.
You've got to. We literally just started. We haven't gone anywhere.
Weirdly enough, I feel like we are in one of the areas where our first ghost story is.
Yes.
So Lois and Audrey are two of our more lovable permanent residents that are here. Lois and Audrey were two sisters that had both contracted tuberculosis. Lois was admitted here at the age of 21, and Audrey was soon to follow. Audrey did go on to actually beat tuberculosis twice and led a very long, happy life. Lois was not as lucky. She did pass away here from TB at the age of 28, but not before she had had a chance to show signs that she was getting better and get pregnant by her husband and end up actually having to come back here with child for her second bout of TB. And that second bout is actually what took Lois out. When we opened this building up in the early 2000s for investigations, people would come in and have discussions with Lois. After that, we started getting reports that they were not talking to just Lois, that there was a second female tone coming through on spirit boxes and EVPs. And we were able to get in touch with the family and confirm that Audrey had actually recently passed away. We like to believe that the two sisters are actually housed here together now, and they've been reunited in the afterlife, kind of taking care of each other in a way. They're one of the reasons that we like to play Elvis when we walk through the building from time to time. Their grandkids actually still come up and visit us on tours, and they'll share pictures, they'll share stories. And that's why we play Elvis, is the grandkids actually told us that they used to love to play Elvis music and sing along to it. So they're fun girls.
So if anyone can hear my voice, my name is Amy and I'm here with Jared, and we're a little bit scared of the bats. I hope that you find that funny, but I also hope that you don't mind talking to us and you don't mind us visiting tonight. We would love to hear from you. We would love to communicate with you. We understand this was a lot of people's homes. This was a tuberculosis hospital also. And a lot of people weren't necessarily here by choice. A lot of people were here for treatment. And we just want to say we are sorry for anything negative that happened to you here.
Sorry guys, we're just getting set up for the next segment and we're just hearing noises all around us. It's really weird.
So I just hit record on GhostTube and I'm going to walk into this room. Ladies, if you are around, I hope it's okay that I'm coming in. So guys, I'm currently standing in a very famous room here at Waverly Hills. Now, you might hear a lot of scary, negative, dark stories about Waverly. They're not really associated with this room. It is a sad, tragic story about this place, but it's not a lot of the darkness that most investigators like to focus on with Waverly. So if there's someone here, would you like to say hello to us? We're just passing through just to pay you a visit. So where we are, guys, this was one of the open air treatment spell. Maybe this seems like some kind of witchcraft to you. It's just a way that you can talk to us.
I love calling you witch. I swear, every few episodes you get called a witch, Amy.
It is true. So a lot of patients were wheeled out here just to literally get fresh air because they didn't have a cure or great treatments for tuberculosis. And one of the theories was fresh air was very helpful, very useful for its treatment. It's also incredibly sad to think of, the struggles, the deaths, the confusion, the desperation of trying to be treated here. There's so many rooms here, guys. It just keeps going and going and going.
At this point, we decided to head to a lower level of the sanatorium, as we had been told a disturbing story centering around the lobby area.
This area is not actually one that you see investigators visit as much, but I have heard that there is something pretty dark, pretty grumpy, maybe a little bit aggressive sort of down here. That can be mean to people.
In the center of the room, there's a table. We turned on a spirit box and we set it on the table. No sooner did the spirit box hit the table, but hello came through. And as I went to say hi, what's your name, from a set of locked doors in a part of the building that even some of the staff doesn't have access to, came a woman screaming. And not just like a ah, it was long and drawn out like ah. And all four of us were ready to just take off and run. Stood our ground, shaken as we were. It was very quick to tell us to leave.
So is it like just men, or like who are the targets down here?
I'm coming.
I was about to say, I think literally anyone is a target down here. Okay, if you're coming, that's okay, I guess. Can we see you?
I'm coming, it's like someone wants to let us know that they're here.
Can you make a noise? Can you bang on something? Can you move something? It's getting much colder here though. Right there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like instantly cold as soon as you step into this bit.
All right, I'm feeling drawn down here, so we're coming.
I'm coming.
Literally, yeah, literally.
So this was the old X-ray rooms.
This is going to be super dark as well because it's literally, part of it is a dark room for processing their X-rays as if they were photographs. And I got a magnetometer spike right here and I cannot replicate it. So was there somebody near me? If you're near me, that's fine. Maybe you can use this thing in my hands to give me a word, your name.
Yes, it is. Gotcha. I've been there a couple times.
This was actually where X-rays were processed, just here, just in these tubs here. And you can imagine how many they actually developed here.
And these are original too.
Yeah. You know where this is leading, right?
I think I know, yes. The body chute?
Some people call it the death tunnel because of a movie that was filmed down there. But it is properly called the body chute. It was originally opened up to get building supplies up here so the contractors could finish the building. It was then used for living and medical supplies, but at the height of the pandemic, They converted it into a body chute to move bodies discreetly out of the building so that the patients were not watching one body an hour being taken away by a hearse or an ambulance, so that they could kind of keep up the patient's morale a little bit more.
Walking down here, I just feel like there's someone walking behind us. It's a really weird feeling.
Like you're being watched, hey?
I'd say, well, yeah, more like followed. Like I just feel like someone is...
Oh, I just seen something flash past the corridor. Okay, before we go to the body chute, it's worth noting this. This is actually the body wagon, I guess, the original body wagon. So this holds a lot of relevance to where it... No. That's what we're talking about. I'm so sorry.
It's strange that comes up because we are now standing in the morgue.
That is really uncanny. This is the morgue. This is literally the original.
What brought you here?
We're here to communicate with anyone that's still here. My name is Amy and this is Jared, and we've heard that there might still be some people here and that you're willing to talk, and we'd love to know your name and just to talk to you and hear your story. Maybe we can help tell your story.
Bodies would be stored in here.
These are the original body trays over here. One of these tables is original to Waverly. One is for the era. It was actually a body table. I feel really weird that it said dead as soon as we walked in here. That's just like right on the mark. I'm so sorry for the many different reasons why you could be here, but Jared and I are going to be here all night tonight. So if there's something that you want us to do for you, you've got to let us know. Now, this was used to transport bodies, and I'm going to show you where they were transported. That's okay. Honestly, like whatever you want, just let us know.
Someone, as I said, it felt like someone was following us, and it seems like they're curious, like they're throwing out little tidbits and they're asking us why you're here and that sort of thing. And they just said thank you for introducing yourselves, it seemed like, as well. It seems like we've got someone calm down here, which is weird because apparently people get an aggressive spirit down here.
Well, I think the aggressive spirit could be more the body chute area. And maybe it's just like the type of language that people use when they reach out, or their demeanor trying to reach out to spirits. Maybe if you're forceful, you're going to get the aggressive spirit. I don't know. Oh my God, I am so excited to walk through the Walking Dead doors. I love it. Oh my God, the noise.
Oh my God, look down the hall. That is super creepy. Ladies first.
Watch your back in here, Jared. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm good, Phoenix. Thanks for asking, brother. How are you? Hope you're doing well.
Someone got very hurt where, I don't know if they were tripped or it seems like maybe they were pushed or something, but they really hurt their face, allegedly.
I heard that.
I heard a voice.
Good to hear, bro.
There is definitely somebody following us.
Hello? I can't even see the end, Jared.
Again, I keep hearing noises behind us, like someone's following. Wow, that is insane.
The body chute paranormally is a very unique place. Some people have told me that they don't feel anything in there, and they think they don't feel anything because people were already dead by the time they passed through. But I have had people hear voices, get touched. I personally have been choked in the body chute. That was an interesting experience, but kind of like someone shut the oxygen supply off and I couldn't physically get air into my body. And it didn't happen to just me. I was investigating down there with a friend and we both ended up having to run out quite quickly. Laughing, voices, footsteps, orbs. If you're a subscriber to the theory of little balls of light, people have reported seeing those. It's a very different place.
No freaking way. This thing is long, this thing is dark, this is eerie.
Just looks like a never-ending hole.
I see you.
Okay. We can't see you, I really want to see you. I'm sorry that so many of you had to leave Waverly Hills down this tunnel. If there is somebody here, can you tell us why you're still around? It's getting colder for sure.
Well, yeah, we're like underground, aren't we?
I know. I also didn't realize this was this steep. I've seen this on a lot of YouTube videos now. It's very steep, guys.
Can I go ahead?
Jesus, Jared. Oh my God, I thought you were going to die.
That was
then.
a close one.
I literally thought you were going to die there.
Downstairs.
No, okay, that's where we're coming. Keep going, Jared.
Wait, is that telling us not to go downstairs or to keep going downstairs?
Well, we're heading downstairs right now, so
That is really weird.
this is genuinely weird. How much more longer can this thing go for? Do you smell that? It smells really bad down here.
Like what?
It smells like, not like fertilizer. Something yuck down here. It doesn't smell nice to me. I can smell something really rank down here. What am I smelling right now?
Can you tell us?
I feel very uncomfortable right now, and I just want to, can we just get to the end so we can get the out of here?
All right, then. Let's go.
How do you not smell that? It smells like This is it. That was the way out of Waverly Hills for so many people.
Is there anyone with us now who's been following us? It is so dark.
And there's something in the pit of my stomach that's telling me to leave. It doesn't smell like it did anymore. I can see my breath. It is much colder down here. We are underground though, so maybe it's just that. But it's an uncomfortable, uneasy feeling to this place.
Now that we had reached the bottom of the body chute, we decided to head back up to the main building and explore some other haunted hotspots, starting with the 4th floor, a place notorious for visual anomalies such as shadow people.
So the 4th floor is probably one of the more popular floors in the building, if not the most popular floor. That's where a lot of our shadow people are seen. They almost seem to kind of live there, and they'll pass through the doorways. You can see them cross the hall. You can see them manipulate a figure of a person standing at the other end of the hallway. It's probably one of our more consistently active areas. The creeper is a very
awesome,
existent thing here at Waverly Hills. I have only seen it a very small handful of times myself, but those times that I have seen it, it is very unnerving. Kind of a humanoid figure that just can crawl along the walls and up on the ceiling, and what it is, where it came from, I can't say for certain. I would say that with the amount of death and sadness that you have here with tuberculosis, and then the geriatric center that ran, and then the building sitting abandoned, you've got people coming in doing things like seances and devil worshiping and Ouija boards, and they're opening all of these portals, and they're not necessarily closing them the right way. When you mix that bad energy in with that much sadness and loss, I believe that eventually something's going to manifest. Whether the creeper is actually a person or whether it's a manifestation of that darkness and that sadness combined, I don't know for sure.
This is the 4th floor.
Wow.
Dark, huh?
Yeah. Did you hear that?
There's someone down here. Okay, we can hear you. I'm walking towards you. Can you come towards the lights in my hand? I'd really like to know who that was. The fuck is that? Oh my god. What is that though? Is that a bin?
Don't do that to me. I'm on edge as it is. I haven't
crazy.
seen any
You
bats
both
on
you
this floor,
guys.
but
All right, you've got us down here. We would love to see you.
what is it?
I'm not going to say. Yeah, there's a bat in here.
No.
Still coming by. On our day tour, this was the area I did not like. One of the areas I didn't like the most. It's actually where they did a lot of the surgeries, and we were told a few stories about this room that are kind of freaky as well.
That room is very notorious for door slamming on people. There is an older door that actually creaks across the floor, kind of sounds like grating metal. It has a tendency every now and then to slam on people. The main door to the OR, we do have to block off with a window weight because it's just, that door is extremely difficult to open once it closes from the inside.
It's a moth. It's okay. It's just a moth.
Hi. I feel like something's following me here.
Is this the door, the infamous door
Yes.
that closes on people and locks them in the room?
That one will slam and lock. This one will also slam. So understanding the gravity of this room, I think, is important. A lot of experimental surgeries were done here. I think that they were so desperate in those times to relieve patients of suffering, to try and help them, but they didn't know how to do so. There were things going on like partial removal of lungs, inflating lungs, removing ribs. I'm getting the exact same sensation of this room I had today. I can feel it basically at each side of my spine, going up my neck and in the front of my head. It just like feels like a headache in those areas. Like, I don't know what it is about this room, but Serpent. I don't know what it is about this room, but it feels physically draining and like a little bit sick. If there's somebody here, can you tell us what happened in this room? We've just come to communicate, but if you could slam a door for us, that'd be very impressive, and I would actually enjoy that.
I heard someone whistling. I definitely heard something here. I thought it was a whistle.
That'd be very impressive, and I would actually enjoy that. That'd be very impressive, and I would actually enjoy that. Can you say something to us or make a noise? You all right?
Just try not to breathe too heavily so we can hear if they say anything.
What? Thank you. We just asked you to make a noise. I appreciate that so much.
I was out there. Please say anything. Please say anything.
We spent some more time in the surgery, yet did not receive any further moments of interest, so we decided to continue upwards in the building towards the 5th floor and one of the best known haunted areas of Waverly Hills.
Another infamous for the 5th floor. Oh, shit, son. There's a flap of plastic blowing in the wind. A big black flap of plastic, so it looks and it sounds scary. But that is the plastic that you heard and we saw. So right here, guys, this is room 502. You see a lot of stories about this area, this place circulating at Waverly Hills. What the f***? Okay, I'm sorry for swearing. Someone just threw something at us.
That was like a stone being thrown or something. I thought I heard footsteps in that room there. That's the kids' room, right?
That is, and there were little footsteps.
I heard little footsteps. I heard a stone thrown over here and then footsteps down there.
Let's follow this. You're gonna throw something, you can throw something at us.
If you're going to throw a stone at us, please just make it a small stone.
So I'm told the 5th floor is where the more severe cases of tuberculosis were kept. Sadly, this area was where children were kept. It is very sad. That almost seems like a trickstery, like little kid thing to do, to throw something at us. I can't say it wasn't something falling off of the wall or the ceiling, you know what I mean? That really sounded like something got thrown then, huh?
Abused.
I'm so sorry if that's what it felt like for you. Maybe that's linked to 502, that response.
Yeah, I don't think we've had any.
Don't come in.
Okay.
Should we not be in here? I think that's the first time we've ever had a stone or pebble incident on Amy's crypt, from memory.
Hair.
Hair?
Apparently they love to play with hair. You can play with either one of our hairs.
Can you make one of those balls move over there?
Although we had just gotten some activity that seemed almost playful and childlike, which is fitting to the child spirits claimed to haunt Waverly Hills, we did want to circle back and tell the tragic story of room 502.
So the story about the nurse with 502 has over time kind of gotten twisted and manipulated a little bit. There are a lot of theories out there as to who she was, how she ended up hung, how she lost her baby. We were lucky enough to sit down and interview the maintenance man that did find her hanging. He doesn't know how she got up there. He does know that there was evidence she had recently been with the child. Hospital staff and even some of the patients were aware of the affair that she was having. And that's all the information that the maintenance man shared with us. And out of respect for the deceased, we try not to add anything else on to that.
Room 502, so many stories about this. You would have heard about this if you've watched any content on Waverly Hills. And I think it's very sad and very tragic, the stories circulating about it, but also that no one really knows the truth. And I just want to say, I'm so sorry for that. But we just wanted to come up here and say sorry. I think at the end of the day, guys, we just need to remember that a young woman lost her life here, you know, potentially also her baby's life. And I think that's very, very sad, no matter what the back story. Choked. So
Bribed.
It's so eerily spot on. I'm so sorry. It's very heavy.
The darker side of what we do, like, yeah, we make these videos and you guys enjoy watching them. But yeah, like all the stories we feature are like real stories. They were real people at one point, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is a bit heavy. Oh, that was a massive walkthrough.
This place is huge, and because it's so big, we're going to need to split up to cover it as much as we can.
Where are we going?
I think you'd probably agree. Maybe the two scariest places are the 4th floor, where people see things, people see shadows, maybe the creeper.
The chute was pretty scary.
Yes.
So how are we going to do this?
We've gone like Destination Fear style. You got to pull it.
Oh, short straw. Okay. Ready? So this is for me or for you?
This is where you're going alone. All right, may as well open mine.
Oh, shoot. Shoot. You know what? I'm actually happy. I actually wanted to. I knew it was between 4 and shoot. Because of the bats, I'm actually happy I got the shoot. So
honestly, I've been saying all night, I want to see something. I want to see something visual. I want to capture on camera. 4th floor is the place to be. So I think that we're both happy with those.
Yes.
Although they're both terribly scary places to be.
I mean, no one wants to go to the body shoot and the morgue, but
someone's got to do it.
Someone's got to do it. And yeah, I'm actually happy I got this one. I felt like we were hearing a lot of sounds down there, and we got a few interesting responses down there. So I'm actually quite happy about that. I just want to say, just because John's story about the body shoot creeped me out so much, be careful down there. Like, don't get choked out on unconscious or something. Or trip and smash your face. Yeah. Guys, I've made it up to the 4th floor and by myself. I am out of breath. This building
It's big. I'm alone now. Jared has gone down to the body chute. What's worse, the 4th floor alone or the body chute alone? Leave a comment below. I want to see something so bad. But if something crawls out along the floor and then up the wall on the ceiling, I might myself.
This is the hallway where I felt like somebody was following us earlier when we came down here. So is anyone down here that's taking an interest in me, you're welcome to follow me down into the body chute. Keep me company.
All right, my name is Amy. This is my first time ever to Waverly Hills. And I'm just calling out to anyone who might be here on the 4th floor. If you can hear my voice, please don't be shy tonight. I've come to communicate.
Oh my God, it's so dark. Hello, is anyone down here? Hello? It's a really weird acoustics too, like I can feel like I can hear my voice down the end of the hallway, down the end of the chute, as if someone else is yelling back, you know? Like echo obviously, but it's very strong here. Hello?
Can you show yourself? Guys, I've chosen to come down this wing. I've heard that this is darker, literally because it's darker, but also there are entities down here that are a bit darker. Okay, we'll use that term. It's good. Violent, aggressive, mean, bitey, scratchy sort of stuff. Oh, I've got cold chills all over my body right now.
Is anyone down there? Just me and nothing. If someone was following us earlier or is still here with me now, can you make a noise to let me know that you're here? Maybe you can follow me down here.
All right, I can hear you down there. All right, I heard that. What the heck? All right, I heard that. I also have Ghost 2 Basilisk running. I figure that will be an interesting tool to use up here because there's so much visual phenomena. I'm going to walk down this way and hope to God that I come back. Okay, guys?
Back in the body chute, Jared decided to use the tool Ghost Tube Vox to reach out and see if he could gather any relevant vocalizations. But just as he was setting up, he heard a noise come from the tunnel's entrance.
While I was setting up, I just heard a noise. Is there someone down there? Up there? Can you tell me what this tunnel was used for?
Can you tell me about the shadow people here at Waverly? Better yet, can you show me the shadow people?
The tweets.
Sorry guys, I've just moved onto the floor because I was getting a bit uncomfortable. I thought I just heard the word twins. Are you able to confirm if there were twins here?
Tweet.
Were you doctor, nurse, or patient? Save someone. Were you trying to save people?
Oh my God. So someone there right at the end. Okay, now we get two figures down here. What are you doing down here? Okay, this is weird.
Although these figures initially startled me, I was able to continuously replicate them in this area and thus concluded that they were false positives mapping the door and wall.
What do you think of me and Amy?
We'll see.
We'll see. That was really creepy.
Become.
So weird. Does that mean you don't like us here? Only one of you?
Can you make a noise for me up here? And then I heard something right beside me.
Alright guys, I've just muted that for a second because I'm hearing voices coming from that direction. Is there anyone down there?
All right, if there's anyone down there, can you show yourself? My name is Amy. I don't mean you any harm.
Alright guys, I'm going to try something a bit different because I'm not getting that many responses on Vox. I'm going to do an EVP session down here. So my name's Jared. I'm just here to have a chat with anyone that might be lingering around. If there's anyone here, can you come up and say something to me and let me know that you're here? Is there someone up there? I'm hearing noises up there. Who's at the top of the stairwell?
Here we go. All right, I'm just going to do an SLS sweep in here. My back is on fire, like it hurts. Hello. Okay, there's somebody in here. I just picked up a figure on SLS, oh my God. My name is Amy. I don't mean any harm to you. Thank you for showing yourself to me. I just got a really weird, and this could be dust, guys. I always say that. But I just had a really weird orb fly at me.
There's someone up there. I can hear them.
After hearing a few noises to the only entrance and exit to the body chute, Jared truly felt as though there was someone else there with him, so he decided to replay his EVP session to see if he had captured any voices. Little did he know he was about to document some of the most compelling and bone-chilling evidence ever featured on Amy's crypt.
I didn't hear any voices in the Vox response, but I did hear those noises I was hearing. There's something up there. Okay, those noises I was hearing weren't coming from down the chute, they were coming from the top of the chute. So let's see if we can find out the cause of that noise. Is there someone up here? Who's that? Who's that? Hello? Amy? Who's that?
Right after entering the surgery, I captured another figure on GhostTube SLS. I was unsure whether this one may have been a false positive, so I decided to switch things up and use GhostTube Vox, just to see whether I could document anything else of interest in this room.
Can you come close to these lights and talk to me?
And not. I'm going to do.
What are you going to do?
That you.
I want to know what you're going to do, please. Tagging a plane.
Was made.
Is there a doctor, nurse, or a patient here? Can you tell me that?
What? I mean, fuck.
I have come to keep you company. Can you tell me your name? My name is Amy.
That was definite footsteps. I thought Amy was coming down here, but my heart's genuinely beating. They're probably the loudest, clearest footsteps I've ever captured on camera. Amy?
Jared was so scared in this moment you can actually hear the camera rattle from his shaking. To me, these noises sounded like very clear footsteps coming from the only way in and the only way out of the body chute. You could even hear the feet hit the ground and the rubbing together of what sounds like trousers. We do not have an explanation for this sound as I was up on the 4th floor at this time.
Who's that?
Oh. Hour number.
Okay, I heard a man's voice for one, and then I feel like you called me a whore. I can't believe it said that.
Just be in. What's wrong with you? Good.
What the heck was that?
Here, I could hear what sounded like something heavy being dragged across the ground down the hallway, though it is quite difficult to hear this on the audio over GhostTube Vox and a plane flying overhead. As I tried to mute this tool to listen more carefully, a voice which almost sounded like someone crying out can also be heard underneath one of the sounds made by GhostTube Vox.
Just be in. What's wrong with you? Good.
Amy? That's the door there. There's no one here. That was clear as... Sorry guys about the camera shaking. I'm actually legitimately a bit freaked out. They were loud footsteps walking down the chute. Amy's on level four as far as I know. So, yeah, I don't know what caused that. You heard it.
All right, what's going on down here?
After spending some time alone in Waverly Hills, Jared and I decided to regroup and reach out together in another haunted area. But because Jared had such an extreme experience in the body chute, we decided to leave a GhostTube SLS camera rolling in this space, along with a new tripwire and lantern tool, which will light up and trigger if it detects fluctuation in electromagnetic energy, which some people believe ghosts are made of. We also thought best to leave a camera rolling on the 4th floor too, hoping to document anything else of interest. We now began to set up for our next experiment in the morgue, but as soon as I entered, I began to feel ill, like I had a sharp stabbing pain in my stomach. Also, while we were preparing to reach out, we both heard a strange noise, which we weren't able to find the cause of.
Okay, if that's what you want, I'm going to get a switch.
That was the door.
I didn't even realize we were recording still.
Yeah, we are.
I'll just quickly check that out. Hang on. Switch.
But now it was time to call out. Here we conducted an Estes, with myself wearing a blindfold and noise-cancelling headphones, while listening to a spirit box and relaying anything I heard come through, and with Jared asking questions which I was unable to hear from within the original body tray.
Right, is there anybody in the morgue with us right now? Can you approach that woman in the chair and let her know that you're here?
Yeah.
Thank you. Can you tell me?
Stinks.
It does smell kind of funny in here. Can you tell me what that smell is?
The tunnel.
Can you tell me who's down here on the 1st floor, hanging around by the body chute?
No.
How come? There was somebody there with me though, right? I heard him. Can you tell me about this room or this bed I'm laying on?
Cut.
Cut. Can you tell me about your time here? Why you're hanging around?
Living.
While you were living, yeah.
Break.
Can you tell me how many people are hanging out down here?
Friends.
They're friendly? It's good to know. We're friends, yeah. We're not here to harm you.
Friend.
Yeah, I'm a friend. I'm guessing that means you like me then? I just heard voices. Is that someone trying to talk to me?
I think it just said your name, Jared.
That is really weird. I swear on this trip, I've been getting this a lot. What do you know about me?
Stinks.
You think I stink? That's pretty funny. What do I stink like? Keep saying stinks.
Insulted.
Yeah, I feel a bit insulted actually. I don't think you have a reason to be insulted. I haven't said anything mean to you.
I feel like I just heard a woman screaming.
What?
What? Where?
She just said exactly what I just said. Are you trying to imitate me?
I'm getting all cold out here, Jared. Stinks.
Can you touch that woman sitting out there? This is Too freaky. This is really full on. What?
You too, K-Debs.
What
Thank
the hell
you
was
for
that?
stopping by.
What?
Like someone just like touched me.
Are you for real?
Yeah, like right here. I'm sorry if someone is in here and you're trying to communicate and I'm just like freaked out.
This was one of the scariest things that happened to me at Waverly Hills. Here, it felt as though someone had touched me on the shoulder from behind. Because I was in a type of trance and I knew Jared was in the body tray, this startled me. What I didn't know at the time was that Jared had just asked the spirits to touch me. Because I still felt as though something was lingering in this space, I quickly set up a REM pod and cat balls in this area, which for me only validated that something was there with us.
Okay, thank you. Literally, as soon as I turn it on, it's going off. Can you step away from that for a second? Thank you. Oh my God.
Cat balls.
Thank you. This is right where someone touched me. Like, I'm shook. Now, I know that there's someone here that can touch people. Thank you so much. If you can push that ball along the floor or you can go back up to that red light and make it beep again, I would appreciate that so much.
How are you feeling?
I'm like shook up, man.
It's so weird.
That freaked me out. Like
So right here is where you felt like there was somebody?
Yeah. And like, it's funny because the ball's gone off and the REM pod went off as soon as I put it on.
That was really weird. So we're going to resume Estes, but I'm going to give it a go now.
Okay, so if there's two of us here.
Men.
There's not two men of us. Okay, so there's two men here maybe?
Run. I'm getting cold chills too.
I'm not going to run, and he's not going to run either.
Grab.
If you're going to grab someone, grab the guy with the blindfold on. Please. Why?
Hair.
What are you doing down here? And why do you keep saying hair for? You can grab my hair.
Someone.
The cat ball's going off. Can you go towards the red light on the floor if you're making that cat ball go off?
Dark. To an extent.
It seems like a funny place for you to still be in. Why are you here?
You missed.
What did I miss?
Give. Her.
What do you want? Maybe we can give you something. I'm really interested.
Vision.
Vision.
This is Jared here. This is making really weird noises. For you.
For me? Okay, you want to give me something? What do you want to give me? Can you give me your name? That's what I would really like.
It's me.
Do I know you? I would love to hear your name.
Got cold chills again.
The cat ball's going nuts, guys.
I got a name then. I thought Ethan.
Ethan. Thank you. I've been asking for a name. I'm so pleased that you would share that with me. Can you tell me where you're from?
It's private. It's private.
Okay, you don't have to tell me where you're from. This is insane. What does Waverly mean to you?
Mark.
Is that the two men that are here? Mark and Ethan?
Below. Breathe.
Mark below, breathe.
Clean him.
Also, wouldn't they do that with the bodies? Clean him? Sometimes these things can seem random, but they could have meaning. Now I'm getting chills.
After wrapping up possibly our most intense SD session ever, Jared and I went back to the body chute to retrieve the camera we had left rolling, when we noticed that the EMF tripwire in there had changed colour, indicating that something had spiked the electromagnetic energy in the tunnel. We didn't realise this at the time, but the Ghost Tube SLS camera revealed something very interesting about all of this. During the entire recording session down here, not a single spike on these devices or a sound of interest was documented. That is until we were about to re-enter the room. Here, something very powerful must have swept through the tunnel, triggering all lights from the tripwire and the lantern at the same time. I find this funny, being the one time something registered on these devices, as it almost links to how we were feeling this night, that something or someone was following us around. Since these devices had shown activity, we then moved them up to the 4th floor, where we wanted to reach out one final time while using our thermal camera. And just as we were setting up, they once again triggered.
Okay, I'm recording. We're getting action down there, down the very end.
And we're rolling on the floor.
Thank you, SRB.
So I'm back. Again, my name is Amy. I brought Jared with me this time. We would love to see somebody tonight. Can you show yourself? I seen that coming on the thermal camera. What the fuck? The tripwires are going off. Can you come out that door? Can you come up and stand next to Jared? Yeah, can you see something very cold?
No, based on the statement that you just made, Victoria, it's okay, SRB. A lot of these people, when this was the tuberculosis clinic, were abandoned here. They were left here and then they died here. Children were left here and died here because they could no longer go back to be around their families and stuff. And they were left here for long periods of time with no family or nothing. So there is a bit of sadness behind this, you know what I mean? And a lot of traumatic death and a lot of unfinished business, per se, as you would call it. But yes, Victoria, there's a lot of abandonment, per se, I guess you could call it. It's okay if you do. Just know what I was no, you're right about that, though. It is very sad. A lot of people did SRB. It was a lot like what COVID, damn it, that thing was like here at that time. I'm going to clip that out. What's up, Wildfire? So, you know, right, exactly, Andy. Any strong emotion can keep spirits in a place, love or trauma. Well, think about it. This place was made to be, right, beep. It was made basically for people to come and die. That it's sad to say it that way. I was trying to think of a better way to say it, but that's really what this place was. It was a you know, a place where everybody that had tuberculosis would come and stay together, and they would all get thank you very much, SRB. They would all get sick. You know, some recovered. Not everybody passed away from it. Some did recover, but for the most part, the higher majority passed away. And it's just so traumatic to laying next to other people that are dying next to you. And then on the other side of the same way. I mean, it's just again and again, and you're just basically laying here waiting to be the next one to go down the tunnel. And they knew this, you know what I mean? It's horrific. It's horrific. So this was a very bad feeling, like a lot of bad emotion. Yeah, I know. And I understand that too. It was made to keep them away from the rest of the world to not spread the disease. You know, absolutely. I'm not saying that they were wrong for this, you guys. They didn't have the facilities and the medications and the things that we have nowadays back then. But it's just all the energy in this building is just it's so bad. It's all heavy, heavy, dark, and miserable energy. So you know what I mean? What's up? Oh, great. Agreed, Victoria. I see you, Sony. Um, it's very sad. It is a very sad situation. It really is. So that can explain why this place is listed as one of the most haunted places in America. You know what I mean? Um, there's an abandoned nursing home near where me. It's haunted AF. The only reason I haven't gone is because I'm old enough to be arrested for trespass. I got you. I got you, Andy. I understand. Sometimes you just take them chances and you shouldn't. I did it. I did it. You know, it is what it is. No, that's absolutely agreeable, Paula. They did the best they did with what they had at that time. So you can't complain about it. We can't, you know. It's just explaining why there could be such a massive haunting at this place. That would be why, you know. Thank you, Miss Brady, very much. I appreciate that. And again, anybody that has donated anything via this list, this Amazon wish list, I wanted to say thank you guys if you have very, very much, and thank you in the future per se if you should. None of this is expected, guys, ever from any of you, but it's very, very, very much appreciated. So again, thank you. Moving
On the floor to the left of the hallway there?
Yeah, like a weird dot. What is that?
What is that? Is something manifesting there? Can you see anything there?
That was my eyes, no.
What is that?
There's nothing there.
Why is that spot so cold?
There's nothing visible here on the actual camera.
It's literally like, it's a really cold spot.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it, but there's nothing there.
There's nothing else like that anywhere else.
There's a reason so many people claim Waverly Hills to be one of the most haunted places in the world, and tonight, Jared and I truly got a taste of that. From hearing noises, receiving intelligent communication, and even being touched by the unseen. We had an incredible investigation here, but this video is just the first in an intense October lineup, leading to a Halloween special that really pushed us to our limits. Remember, you can still grab our limited edition Halloween merch from the links in this video's description, but get ready for next week's video, as we visit another of the most haunted, and this time demonic, locations in the world.
Okay, tonight has been very special to me. This place is special. There's been so much activity that we have both experienced ourselves or captured on camera, and I hope that you guys have enjoyed the journey. Honestly, it just means a lot to me to be able to come here and investigate this place. It's been on my bucket list since I became a paranormal investigator. It's always been a place that I've seen others go to and investigate, and I just feel so grateful that now was my time and I got to come here, and I really feel like so appreciative of the spirits, if that even makes sense, to just do anything for us, you know. It's been a really, really cool night, and again, I really hope that you guys liked the video. If you did, please remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Honestly, that really, really helps me out. Just please leave a like at least. But if you do want to read any more stories or history on Waverly Hills, head to my website, amyscrypt.com. I also post bonus content on my Patreon and my YouTube members, which are linked below. We actually just filmed a bonus video in a place we didn't get to investigate too much in the main video for my patrons and YouTube members.
So there's a delve into Waverly Hills, folks. For those of you that never heard of it, maybe not. I don't know if you've heard of it or not. So moving on. I hope I'm not boring everybody. I see people leaving, so be it. Moving forward. We've been in Kentucky today. We've been in California. Don't ask me why I'm talking like that today. Don't forget my little buddy Slimer here. Ooh, yeah. One of my toys. Next. Paul said next. Moving forward. Let's see here. I have a couple little clips here I wanted to show you guys. See what we got here. Let's go back to Cali for a minute. Yes, that's from Ghostbusters SRB. I have those, by the way. I don't know if you guys saw that before. There's one of them. It's Egon. I have them all. This is what my kids buy me for Christmas and birthdays and all that. And of course, him. This thing, I found this at a yard sale. This thing's like $300 if you were to buy this brand new. It's crazy. Let me see. Let me back up. Yes, that came from Amy's Crypt. That was the channel. We got the footage from you guys. So very cool, very cool, very cool. All right, so let's look at some other little things here. Some of this stuff you guys probably know about, but I got a couple of these. Victoria sent me some stuff she thought was interesting. So I, of course, when anybody sends me things, I think it's pretty cool and I like to use it. So thank you, Victoria. Let's look at this real quick here. See what this is all about.
A haunted amusement park, a ghost-infested prison island, and a weathered castle harboring the restless spirits of those who passed within long ago await on this list of some of the most paranormally plagued places in California. Let's jump right in.
These things are all based out of California.
Hey guys, and thanks for tuning in for this journey through some of the most haunted places in the Golden State of California. Recognized for its perfect weather, Spanish history, natural wonders, and beautiful beaches, California also harbors a long list of fascinating ghost stories, urban legends, and tales of encounters with the unknown. Are you sure you're ready for this? Our first haunt lands us just to the northeast of San Francisco in the Preston Castle. The Preston Castle, or officially the Preston School of Industry, which is located in Ione, California, is a looming fortress-like structure toting a fascinating history and numerous associated ghost stories and tales of supernatural activity. Historically, in 1890, 230 acres of land now holding the castle was purchased and donated for the purpose of housing a reform school known as the Preston School of Industry, which was geared toward rehabilitating rather than imprisoning wayward youth. Notably, bricks for the construction process were actually made in San Quentin and Folsom prisons, using sandstone that was quarried just out of Ione, and the establishment's cornerstone was laid on December 23rd of 1890. Plans for the building entailed a director's room, general offices, a walk-in vault, a reception room, a sitting room, a butler's pantry, a dining room, employee lavatories, a physician's office, a pharmacy, a clerk's office, and an annex complete with a dining room on its first floor, 12 apartments, a library and reading room, a schoolroom, a coat and hat room, and a men's and women's lavatories on its second floor, and a playroom, water closet, laundry, a lavatory, a hall, a kitchen, pantry, furnace, and fuel storage in the basement, while the site's third and fourth floors would remain unfinished. On June 13th of 1894, the site would welcome its first wards, though it wasn't officially opened until July 1st of the same year. And in 1895, electricity would be installed on site by way of a water wheel-powered dynamo called a Pelton wheel, which would support incandescent and arc lights. The Preston School of Industry would remain open until 1960 when more modern accommodations were completed, after which the site would sit vacant for a time, falling into disrepair, until July 30th of 1975 when it was listed on the National Register of Historic Places. And on September 10th of 2001, the Preston Castle Foundation would receive a 50-year lease for the property, after which it would set to work on preservation efforts and would even claim full ownership on November 7th of 2014. In more recent times, the Preston School of Industry has accommodated a number of film productions and remains open to the public and even offers touring options to those who might be interested. Chillingly, Preston Castle has long been surrounded by a slew of ghost stories and tales of otherworldly phenomena, and those braving its weathered grounds have reported phantom footsteps heard through empty hallways, extreme cold and hot patches felt in adverse weather, and encounters with shadowy figures that slink about, stalking the living at a distance. Several informal investigations of the expanse have yielded high EMF levels, chilling EVPs, and orbs both captured in photography and visible to the naked eye, while first-hand accounts detail doors slamming spontaneously, objects that move on their own, disembodied voices, and even instances in which individuals are brushed up against or even pushed by someone or something unseen. Easily the most famous story surrounding the Preston School of Industry involves a convicted burglar by the name of Samuel Goines, who was booked on site through July of 1918. Within his first year of attendance, Goines would try to escape 3 times. However, during the third attempt, which fell in 1919, Sam, who was only 20 years old at the time, was fatally shot in the back by a guard named John Kelly. Tragically, his death transpired only 2 months before his release, after which he was buried unceremoniously in the on-site cemetery, which notably held the remains of 16 other young men, most of whom that had died to various illnesses like yellow fever or TB. To further add to the violence, in 1950, the site's head housekeeper, Anna Corbin, was beaten to death in the school's basement, and her killer was never discovered. Long-standing legends tell the spirits of all those who died before their time within Preston, and incidentally, the ghost of Anna has been sighted attending tasks from long ago, while the restless spirit of Sam has been viewed replaying his terrifying final moments, running desperately for a short distance before disappearing. And on to number 2, which lands us in the City of Angels at the infamous Cecil Hotel. The notorious Cecil Hotel, which is located in downtown Los Angeles, California, is a massively famous historic lodging.
Now, this hotel here, this is the hotel they made the movie Blackwater from, okay? This is the movie, or this is the hotel where they found the girl that went missing in the water tanks. And as gross as that is, which I still think this place is haunted, period. Whether or not it had anything to do with her or not, I still think it is. It has its own thing.
46 inches.
Oh, thank you. Go tell Uncle Shane. Thank you. Yes, Richard Ramirez stayed in this hotel, as well as Jim Morrison and quite a few other people at certain times. So, the Elisa Lam story, I still have questions about how that all went down. Okay. And yes, that's true too, Andy, that this hotel is the hotel that inspired American Horror Stories version of hotel. This place has some history in it, and it's very well. I'll let them tell you about it.
That acts not only as an iconic symbol to the sprawling metro, but that's also recognized as one of the most terrifyingly haunted locations in the world due to its shocking array of associated high-profile ghost stories and real mysteries. Historically, through the 1920s, 3 prominent hoteliers, being William Banks Hanner, Charles L. Dix, and Robert H. Shops, would come together on the planning of a new hotel in the City of Angels. And in 1924, the Cecil was designed under Loy Lester Smith in the Beaux Arts style and constructed by W.W. Payton at a cost of $1.5 million. Notably, at its grand opening, it caused quite a stir, boasting a uniquely opulent marble lobby complete with stained glass windows, potted palms, and alabaster statuary. The new lodging would grow quickly in popularity for a short time. However, rather unfortunately, within its first 5 years of operation, the Great Depression would hit hard, and profits would plummet. Although the site would welcome some good times through the 1940s, from the 50s and onward, its state would begin to decline rapidly once more, and the placement of the nearby area known as Skid Row would earn it a spotty reputation, with adjoining neighborhoods playing host to transients and high crime rates, and as many as 10,000 homeless individuals.
And that's the thing, too. I agree with you. The inside of this place, guys, the architecture alone is worth going there just to see that. The way that the place was built, the rooms and the architecture in the rooms, period. It was just a beautiful, beautiful hotel. Where it's at, it took it down in a bad way. And of course, the history and the things that went on with it and so on and so forth. People, it lost its luster. It used to be a very, 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 very high-end classy hotel, and then with a lot of the things that happen, and then the financial aspects of everything, it goes downward and then comes back, and it's there's a story behind it. But I would love to go there just to see the beautiful, the architecture of the building itself, and how it was put together, and then stand in the lobby and think of I've always loved to do stuff like that. Stand in the lobby and think of all the history that has happened in that same exact spot you're standing in. The people that have passed through there. You're standing in a spot that Richard Ramirez walked past one time, one of the world's most, renowned, or not renowned, but Jesus, bad word, horrific serial killers of all time walked in the same spot you did. Can you imagine the feeling? You know what I mean? It's so crazy to think those things. Beautiful, beautiful place. I'd love to go there.
Individuals documented within a 4-mile radius. More recently, in 2008, new ownership would acquire the Cecil, and it would undergo a series of extensive renovations and refurbishments. In 2011, for a short time, the site was rebranded as Stay on Main, and in 2014, the establishment was purchased by one Richard Bourne for $30 million, after which he would offer a 99-year ground lease on the property to New York-based firm Simon Barron Development. In 2016, president of Simon Barron, one Matt Barron, would declare himself dedicated to the preservation.
Look at the floors, guys. Just alone, the flooring and these pillars. Oh my God. Can you imagine? And it's so massive. It is so big. But look at the flooring alone and the inlays for the floor over here. You don't see that kind of stuff anymore, guys. Nowhere. Nowhere. All the wood that's in here, the old woodwork and everything. The one that was in The Shining was monstrously big. If that's when you're talking about, Victoria, I can't think of the name right now, but exactly, Andy, with all the original lighting and everything, which a lot of those fixtures are still in here. But if you look around, this is amazing, you guys.
Of the prominent structure. Incidentally, in 2017, the hotel would close down for a time in order to welcome a mess of restorations, and in February of the same year, the Los Angeles City Council would vote the Cecil as a historic cultural monument, representative of early 20th century hotels everywhere. On December 13th,
yes, that's it. The Shining Hotel was the Stanley Hotel. Another beautiful, beautiful, beautiful building, and it's massive. Beyond massive. Again, obviously known to be haunted, so who knows. San Francisco you're absolutely right, Victoria. San Francisco, because it's an old town, has a lot of very old and very, very interesting looking architecture and buildings all throughout this area. Very beautiful. Very, very beautiful.
13th of 2021, the site would reopen as an affordable housing complex operated under the Skid Row Housing Trust. And sadly, in April of 2022, the historic room rate advertisement on the southern facade, which had been there since 1927, was illegally whitewashed. The Cecil Hotel remains open as affordable housing into the present, though numerous reports have confirmed that a majority of its 600 rooms remain empty. And maybe there's a good reason for that, beyond our deserved distrust of realtors attempting to profit off of multi-housing plots like the lords and ladies of old. Over its lengthy lifespan, this site has become exceedingly infamous for its dark history and long list of reported supernatural phenomena. And spanning back to its earliest days, both staff and guests have reported a host of disturbing and inexplicable activity within, including doors and windows that open and close on their own, disembodied footsteps emanating from empty hallways, and loud knocking and scratching noises and strange commotions heard from vacant rooms. One of the creepiest aspects of the Cecil is the ridiculously high rate of suicides that have occurred within, the first of which that would transpire in 1931 when guest W.K. Norton perished within his room after consuming poison capsules. Following the death of Norton, a host of hangings, self-inflicted gunshot wounds, and jumpers would be documented through the 1940s and 50s. And in 2008, 2 longtime residents would actually refer to the old building as the Suicide, a nickname that's become rather popular since. Incidentally, the full-bodied apparitions of various victims of suicide have been sighted throughout the hotel and within their respective rooms, often replaying their final moments and sometimes bearing grievous wounds or displaying grotesque conditions. To date, a massive number of paranormal investigations of the hotel, both high-profile and informal, have been conducted and have yielded chilling EVPs, orbs captured in photography and video, strange EMF fluctuations, and hits on thermal grids, communicative devices, and
Look at those. Like, look at the old elevator and the stairwells and stuff. I mean, this is just beautiful. Why don't they make things like this anymore, you know?
pretty much every other piece of equipment familiar to the field, while others have reported instances of objects moving around on their own, accounts of areas changing or of the discovering of rooms that shouldn't exist, and eerie tales of the elevator acting of its own accord, or taking riders to a mysterious floor that seems frozen in time, where apparitions roam freely, and where it lingers for moments before the doors shut and reopen to normal floors. Another perturbing account details the residency of Pigeon Goldie Osgood, a well-known and respected former telephone operator who was a long-term resident of the Cecil. Tragically, in 1964, the body of Pigeon was found within her room, having been brutally assaulted and stabbed to death, and her restless spirit has been sighted lurking around the property, often bearing her death marks. Interestingly enough, while one suspect was initially tried in her slaying, he was later absolved, and this crime remains unsolved, which many believe is the reason for her soul's unrest. As an interesting bit of side trivia, through the 1980s, notorious serial killer Richard Ramirez, or the Night Stalker, stayed at the Cecil for a bulk of his killing spree, where he would strip off his bloody clothing in the alleyways and make his way up the stairs to his room in blood-soaked underwear. Ironically, he was also captured right outside of the hotel in 1985, after which he was sentenced to death and would eventually die in prison in 2013 from cancer. Subsequently, serial killer Austrian Jack Underweger would also stay at the Cecil in 1991, and while on site, would strangle and kill at least 3 working girls, all crimes which he was tried for and charged with later in Austria. The spirits of both men have been sighted roaming the property covered in blood, as have the entities of several of their victims, and many have reported hearing blood-curdling screams piercing the air. Finally, possibly the most famous story surrounding this weathered lodging ties itself to the 2013 death of Canadian student Elisa Lam. Intriguingly, Lam's final moments were actually captured on hotel surveillance cameras. The footage, which has since gone viral, depicts Elisa in the hotel's elevator pressing buttons frantically as she seemingly hides from and even talks
Take
to a
care,
presence
Paula.
unseen.
Thanks for
And
joining us
after a
today.
lengthy search, her body was later discovered within a water cistern atop the building, after guests began reporting low pressure and odd-tasting water. While her death was eventually ruled an accidental drowning, many maintain her demise was due to supernatural causes, and have even spurred local legends that the hotel itself is evil, and has a way of warping the minds of those who stay within. Our third haunt takes us to the most magical place on Earth, to the iconic Disneyland. Disneyland, which really needs no introduction, is a magically themed amusement park placed out of Anaheim, California, that pretty much sets the bar for all other theme parks like it, and that actually ties itself to a surprising range of purported supernatural activity. Historically, through his early life, the legendary and rather prestigious creator of Disney Studios, Walt Disney, who was born in 1901 in Chicago, and who would later move to California, would take multiple trips to Griffith Park in Los Angeles, where, while watching a merry-go-round, he would slowly form the planning of a park that both adults and their children could enjoy. And while he would initially hold off on acting on these visions, they would fester until the creative genius simply couldn't contain them any longer. On August 31st of 1948, studio production designer Dick Kelsey would receive some of the earliest drafts for the future Disneyland, which at the time was referred to as Mickey Mouse Park, and which were written up during Walt's trip with Ward Kimball to the Chicago Railroad Fair and Henry Ford's Museum in Greenfield Village, which in turn boasted attractions such as Main Street and steamboat rides. After some careful consideration, Disney would deem a full-on studio experience a bit mundane for visitors, and would opt instead for a play park complete with boats, rides, and various themed areas, which, with the help of his staff, he would immediately set to work in designing. Unfortunately, Walt lacked the funding to see his dreams through to completion, and after further consideration, he would start his journey with the creation of a new show called Disneyland, which was broadcast on the only then just budding ABC, and in return, the network would help with his monetary needs. On July 17th of 1955, a completed, albeit early Disneyland was dedicated in an international press release that saw an attendance of around 28,000 people, nearly half of which held counterfeit tickets or had simply jumped the fence. And the following day, it would officially open to the public, offering a total of 20 instantly cherished attractions. Through the rest of the 1950s and 60s, Disneyland would grow wildly in popularity, accommodating a number of famous guests, including the Shah of Iran and Empress Farah. And while through the early 60s there was some concern regarding Disneyland's lack of African-American employees, despite stereotypes raised by today's pop culture, comedy skits, and social media, the park actually always boasted employees of all races, and unlike every other park of its time, was completely unsegregated. In 1972, Bear Country was established while the Main Street Electrical Parade was introduced. In 1975, construction of Space Mountain was started, and in 1977, the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad would replace the earlier mine train through Nature's Wonderland. In 1982 and 83 respectively, the old Fantasyland would close down and a new Fantasyland would be opened in its stead. Through the 1990s, the park, associated hotels, and the original parking lot were merged into the Disneyland Resort, and in 2001, Disneyland's California Adventure would open its gates, while Disneyland itself would see the introduction of Downtown Disney, of Disney's Grand California Hotel and Spa, a remodeled hotel, and the rebranding of the Pan Pacific Hotel into Disney's Paradise Pier. In 2004, the park would welcome renovations to Space Mountain, to the Jungle Cruise, to the Haunted Mansion, to Pirates of the Caribbean, and to the Tiki Room. In 2010, and rather heartwarmingly, the Give a Day, Get a Disney Day would encourage any interested in serving local charities in exchange for free day passes. And in 2015, the site would celebrate its 60th Diamond Celebration anniversary and would introduce the Paint the Night Parade, the Disneyland Forever Fireworks Show, and diamond decorations, with the large 60 being added to the Sleeping Beauty Castle. More recently, in January of 2023, Disneyland would introduce Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, as well as the Wondrous Journeys Fireworks Show. Disneyland remains open into the present, offering a ton of events while accommodating tens of millions of visitors per year. And while it does tote the title of being the happiest place on Earth, it may surprise you to learn that it's also considered one of California's most haunted. Incidentally, in the basement of Mickey's house in Toontown, many have reported objects moving around, trash cans tipping over suddenly, and names being called out from thin air. In Space Mountain, a large spectral man with red hair has been sighted boarding and riding the ride, but is always gone by the time it's over. And a ghostly little girl has been sighted all across California Adventure, and usually frequents either the front gate, various stores, or the locker rooms, where she's been known to move objects around and play small pranks on the living. The spirit of a teenager who was killed in 1966 after hopping the fence and getting hit by the monorail train has been known to sprint along its tracks.
Zelda, very
the
much.
entity of a teen who was killed in 1967 on the People Mover ride, which was decommissioned in 1995, has been known to pull the hair of pretty blondes who visit Tomorrowland. And following an incident in 1973 when two brothers stayed past close on Tom Sawyer's Island, and after the older brother drowned when they attempted to swim across the River of America, the apparition of said boy has been observed splashing around in the current, calling for help for moments before disappearing beneath the wake. Additionally, a woman in white has been spotted floating eerily down Main Street, and in 1984, and rather disturbingly, a female parkgoer was killed on the Matterhorn when she was thrown from a car at a particularly harsh downslope. Ever since, her voice has been heard calling out to staff right near the place of her passing, which has ominously been dubbed Dolly's Dip. Ironically, one of the most paranormally charged places at Disneyland is actually its Haunted Mansion. Predating the ride itself, in 1940, a fatal plane crash would occur right where the mansion now sits. And ever since, the spirit of its pilot, clad in a suit and holding a walking cane, has been sighted near. Disturbingly, the practice of people dumping their loved ones' ashes around the mansion is frightfully real, and additional reports detail the full-bodied apparitions of various individuals in clothing spanning the ages all throughout the ride, most prominent of which might be the ghost of a crying little boy who is usually encountered right near the exit. One particularly eerie fable surrounding the mansion tells that in 1963, and during a test ride, a woman actually died within from a heart attack, resulting in its closure until 1969. Incidentally, an ethereal woman matching her description has been sighted, and many claim it belongs to the ill-fated writer who was not yet ready to leave our world. Lastly, during his life, Walt Disney himself maintained an apartment right above the fire station on
Thank you
Main
again,
Street.
Miss
As
Doodle.
a tribute to the park's creator, a light within the apartment is always left on, though the reason behind this ritual may shock you. As it's told, an employee in charge of that area long ago reported turning the light off only to find it on again moments later, and eventually heard the voice of Disney himself emanating from thin air, saying calmly and soothingly, "I'm still here." This age-old ghost story set the foundation for the
No
well-known
problem.
tradition, and the full-bodied apparition of Walt has been sighted often throughout the area, and all along Main Street for that matter, some say, as he forever watches over his beloved creation. And on to number 4, which lands us just off the coast of San Diego at Hotel del Coronado. Hotel del Coronado.
Yeah, the part about Walt's pretty cool, I think, too, Victoria. Now, this is another hotel that's based out of California, too. This is a very large one. This could be what you're talking about, Victoria, because this is as somewhat, I guess, a version of a resort. So this could be it, Coronado, and it's huge. So this could be what you're talking about.
Which is also known as the Del, or Hotel Del, and that's located on Coronado Island in Southern California, is a sweepingly massive historic resort designed in wooden Victorian style that boasts the title of being the second largest wooden structure in the US just after the Tillamook Air Museum in Oregon, and its bounds are shrouded in a host of scary stories and local legends. Historically, through the 1880s, San Diego would experience one of its first true real estate booms. In 1885, a group of 5
This is right
investors
where
headed
you're
by
at,
railroad
too,
magnate
Victoria.
E.S. Babcock and Hampton L. Story of the Story and Clark Piano Company would purchase Coronado and North Island. And in April of 1886, they would establish the Coronado Beach Company, which would dip its fingers into local water, ferry, and rail profits. In March of 1887, construction of the hotel would start atop what was documented as a sand pit populated by jackrabbits and coyotes. In February of 1888, the finished construct would hold a grand opening.
No, this is double, maybe even triple the size of the hotel from The Shining. The Hotel Coronado is monstrous. It takes up like an island, guys. It's that big. It's monstrously huge. And it's just I'm trying to remember. I know the details about this place. It literally, to go through this whole hotel would take you like 2.5, almost 3 days to cover every single part of this. It's that big.
During which thousands would travel across the bay to attend. And in 1890, the establishment was fully purchased by partial financier John D. Spreckles and family. Notably, the Del boasted a number of amenities that made it quite.
Priscilla says that she stayed in that hotel. That's very, very cool, Priscilla. But this place here, I'd love to go here, you guys, because I've heard so many stories about this place and about this the rooms in here changing and weird things like that. It's pretty wild. So very interesting.
Quite luxurious and unique for its time, being an Olympic-sized saltwater pool, full tennis courts, a yacht club, a Japanese tea garden, an ostrich farm, billiards, bowling alleys, and options for both deep-sea fishing and hunting expeditions. Through its earlier years, the monstrous hotel would build a reputation as a place of refined class, and through the 1920s and 30s, it would host a slew of notable names, including Edward, Prince of Wales, his future wife Wallis Simpson, Douglas Fairbanks, Charlie Chaplin, Rudolph Valentino, Clark Gable, Errol Flynn, Mae West, Joan Crawford.
What I mean, not like the rooms changing per se, like Rose Red, but which is a whole other great story. Like people, the stories I've heard, I've never seen proof, of course, but the stories I've heard was that people would stay in specific rooms in this hotel. They would go in, and people that work there know the decor in the room, okay? And people would go in there, come out of there talking about the decor being a certain way, and it's not. Take care, Cotty. Thank you. and it's not. And people were confused as to what do you mean the decor looks this way? They were showing people were taking pictures of the decor in some of these rooms being like very, very old, and then in the picture it would come out, and it wasn't. It was something completely different, and it was weird. So I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. I've never been there. I've always wanted to go there. I've heard it's very, very beautiful. The architecture in this building is beyond. I mean, it's amazing. And yeah, like a time warp. Thank you, Kim. And a lot of it, you can see where it's at. It's on an island, and it's got all of this around you guys. It would be beautiful. Both of you, Kim and Andy. Yeah, very, very beautiful, guys. I would do anything to go here just for a week, or weekend.
Katharine Hepburn, Bette Davis, and Ginger Roger. Likewise, the site has also accommodated various U.S. presidents, including Harrison, McKinley, Taft, and Wilson, and was especially popular through the Great Depression when, on New Year's Day of 1937, the gambling ship the SS Monte Carlo actually shipwrecked around a quarter of a mile down the shoreline. Through World War II, a number of U.S. hotels were utilized by the military for board and as hospital sites, and Hotel Del was no exception. During this time, it would host pilots training at the nearby North Island Naval Air Station, and was never actually fully commandeered due to the fact that it was also heavily used by their families. Following the war, Spreckles would sell the site to one Barney Goodman. By the late 1950s, the establishment had begun to show its age, and the Del would be sold once again to local millionaire John Alessio, who would set to work on restorations, refurbishments, and several additions, including a grand ballroom, a Victorian lounge, and a matching Victorian elevator grill. In 1963, the hotel was sold to one M. Larry Lawrence, who would invest $150 million into further refurbs and upgrades. And following his death in 1996, the expanse would be sold to the Travelers Group, who would complete a $55 million upgrade in 2001. More recently, in 2003, Hotel Del Coronado was sold to CNL Hospitality Properties Inc. and KSL Recreation Corp., after which it was governed by various shareholders, and in 2014, Strategic Hotels and Resorts would become full owners, though in December of 2015, Blackstone Group LP would purchase Strategic as a company. In August of 2017, Hilton Hotels and Resorts would take over management of the Del. In 2018, it was listed amongst the Historic Hotels of America. In 2019, the site would see numerous upgrades and expansions. And in 2021, the historic main lobby, front...
Yes, Victoria's right. Luggage would be getting packed and unpacked when nobody was touching it. Look at the woodwork in this place, you guys. And the all the background in here. I mean, this place is beautiful. San Diego. Yes, this place is beautiful. It's just amazing. Absolutely amazing. Isn't it though, Alicia? I'd love it just to look at it.
Facade and front veranda would all welcome full restorations. In 2022, the hotel would open an entirely new wing, and in as recently as January of this year, being 2024, the main wing would close for a $160 million renovation that's expected to take around a year for completion. In the present, Hotel Del Coronado remains open to guests and to the public, and stands as a cherished gem in the San Diego region. Chillingly, all throughout the Del, both guests and staff members have recounted run-ins with a host of otherworldly phenomena, including extreme cold patches felt through the normally balmy SoCal weather, instances of doors and windows opening and closing on their own, and accounts of guests returning to locked rooms or waking in the mornings to find appliances or faucets and showers turned on inexplicably. One of the most haunted rooms on site is said to be that of the former Room 502, which was later labeled as Room 3502, and that now stands as Room 3519, that originally housed hotel staff, and within, many who have just arrived on site have turned for only moments to find their bags unpacked, and their clothing either folded or hung, while conversely, those who are readying themselves for departure have discovered all of their belongings packed neatly in their bags by the door. Additionally, several have documented the feeling that they are not alone within the room, and a handful of visitors have been awakened in the middle of the night to find ghostly figures at the feet of their beds. A handful of investigations of the Del have yielded strange EVPs captured in audio and video recordings, odd EMF fluctuations, and hits on communicative devices, while other reports entail the sighting of guests in old-timey attire that are there one moment and gone the next, or with spectral staff members such as bellhops that seemingly attend tasks from their lives.
Agreed, Alicia, agreed.
Easily the most famous ghost story surrounding Hotel Del Coronado tells of one Kate Morgan. In November of 1892, Kate would check into the resort under the alias of Lottie A. Bernard, with only one suitcase and traveling alone. During her first day at the hotel, Kate would befriend a bellboy who would later state that she claimed to have been traveling with her brother and that she seemed to be in rather poor health. Through her second day on site, Kate would inform
I
the
saw
manager
that,
that she
Victoria. I
wasn't
saw
really
a
traveling
documentary on
alone,
that
that she
before.
was really
Pretty cool.
traveling with her brother, and inquired numerous times as to whether he'd checked in or not. On the third day, she would purchase medicine for stomach pains and informed pharmacists
problem,
that her
Andy.
brother
No
was a
problem.
doctor and would be joining her soon. And on the fourth day, she barely left her room. On Kate's fifth and final day at the hotel, she would ride into town to purchase a pistol as what she claimed was a gift. However, after returning to the hotel and when there was no news of her brother, Kate would hurry back upstairs and would take her own life by way of self-inflicted gunshot wound right on the stair that led to the beach.
That alone, you guys, the wide stairwells and all the pillars made out of black walnut and cherry wood, and I mean, even the carpeting. Good God, this thing is so, it's just beautiful. The ceiling, the way it's built in with the wood inlet and stuff and inlays, it's just amazing. Thank you for that, Zelda. And yes, we got to check out Doodle's channel. It is, isn't it? It's very like presidential looking, in my opinion. I love it. I absolutely love it. Would be a hell of a field trip, though, Andy. I agree. We all show up there and get rooms and hang out for the weekend, do a ghost hunt, and see what we could come up with. I think it'd be sweet.
Beach. Following her passing, speculations were flung left and right. Some told that Kate was murdered, while others that she and her husband scammed
agree,
people out of
Sam.
their money by acting like siblings, and that him leaving her while pregnant was actually the cause of her ending
Of
it
course,
all.
Molly's
But the
channel.
truth was far darker. As it was eventually revealed, Kate was actually married to Tom Morgan and hailed from Iowa. Following the loss of a brand new infant child, Kate had had a breakdown and had left town with Tom's stepbrother, who it's assumed after a fight
That is
abandoned her on the
too
train ride
damn
home.
cool,
Chillingly,
Andy.
Kate's presence has been cited throughout the hotel, always seemingly in a fluster, where she's been known to knock items off of shelves, steal personal effects, and cause all sorts of mischief. Most commonly, the spirit of Kate is encountered in her former room, room 302, which was later numbered as 3312, and now that stands as room 3327, where she's been known to appear suddenly to guests in the middle of the night, causing a terrible panic. Last but not least, get ready to get booked at the notorious Alcatraz
We all know
prison.
about this place. I'd love to
Located in
visit
the
that
San
shit,
Francisco Bay, Alcatraz Prison, or The Rock, which is placed on Alcatraz Island in California, is a notorious 19th century lockup famous for its holding of various high-profile criminals that, in recent times, has grown in infamy for an impressive range of purported hauntings. Historically, in 1775, the first Europeans to lay eyes on the islands of the San Francisco Bay consisted of Spanish naval officer and explorer Juan Manuel de Ayala and his crew, who charted the region through the Spanish rule of California, and who named this particular island as La Isla de los Alcatraces, which translates in English to the island of the Gannettes. Notably, it's now believed that this was actually intended to mean the island of the Pelicans, as gannettes are not found along the Pacific coast. Over the years, the Spanish version of Alcatraz took over in popularity, and in 1827, it was documented as such when French captain Auguste
No,
Bernard
that was
de
the Beverly
Haute-Silly
Hills
wrote
Hotel.
of sailing past the spit and firing a gun.
No, the one that you're talking about was the Cecil Hotel. Earlier, they used the one we saw earlier. They used that for American Horror Story, and then Hotel California was the Beverly Hills Hotel. That's actually still standing in Beverly Hills. My stepdad's actually on the back of that album. He's in the picture where everybody's standing in the background. He's in that. It's pretty cool. Alcatraz. No, Todd Santos. I'm completely lost now with what you're saying, Golf. I don't know what you mean. Richest neighborhood, San Fran. Todos. Are you talking about the other hotel that we just looked at? The big one? That one is no. I'm good with it. I'll get lost in there, Victoria. I'm good. I have my equipment. I would have a ball. No, that was. No, I have not seen that one. But the Hotel California is actually Beverly Hills Hotel. I'll show you guys that if you want. But that's what is on the album cover, and that's what the inspiration was. for the song too.
Gun over a gathering of California brown pelicans, which he described as flying into the air and creating a monstrous noise akin to a hurricane. In 1846, Alcatraz Island was given to Juan Julian Workman by Mexican Governor Pio Pico, under the stipulation that Workman construct a lighthouse on site, though later the same year, military governor of California John C. Fremont would purchase the island for $5,000 in the name of the U.S. government, and in 1850, President Fillmore would order it be set aside for a military reservation. In 1853, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers would begin fortifying Alcatraz, and through the Civil War, the island would mount up to 105 cannons. In as early as 1859, the military would begin holding soldiers convicted of crimes on site. By 1861, the Rock had been re-established as a military prison.
Yeah, I've
and
heard
starting
that
in
story.
1863,
I have.
the lockup would be used to hold inmates that were private citizens as well. Following the war, in 1867, a brick jailhouse was constructed. By 1898, and due to the Spanish-American War, inmate numbers would rise from 26 to over 450. And following the 1906 San Francisco earthquake, civilian prisoners from other jails affected by the catastrophe were transferred from their respective sites to Alcatraz. In 1909, construction was started on a massive central cell block. In October of 1933, the U.S. disciplinary barracks was deactivated, and in 1934, the island was designated a federal prison and was officialized to hold inmates that had been causing trouble in other facilities, with its first batch of 137 prisoners arriving by railroad later.
This right here is what I love San Francisco. I love just the architecture in general. I love the city of San Francisco, the way it looks. Here's the one thing I don't like, nor would I ever like, is the damn hills and the steep inclines of all the roads in San Fran. It's crazy. I don't know. I've seen people riding bikes up and down these hills. How? I don't get it. Excuse me. Walking up and down these inclines is insane to me. Yeah, the tram. The tram is, I mean, no way. Yeah, driving stick, forget that. No. I can't imagine anybody with a manual transmission trying to drive up and down these hills and not rolling into somebody else. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Golf says I drove these streets with a man. No, and God forbid you were out drinking for a night or something. It's crazy though. Look how steep it is. It's insane. Really crazy. I'm good.
The same year. Through its 29 years of use for this purpose, the Rock would hold some of America's most infamous, including the likes of Al Capone, Robert Franklin Stroud, or the Birdman, George Machine Gun Kelly, and Bumpy Johnson, as well as a host of political terrorists. Contrary to popular myth, it was actually quite possible to escape Alcatraz by way of swimming to shore. However, all such attempts were thwarted, and in 1946, one such attempt would actually result in the Battle of Alcatraz, in which a fight between inmates and officers resulted in numerous casualties. In 1963, due to increased costs, erosion, and ineffective policing methods, Alcatraz would be shut down as a penitentiary, with its remaining inmates being transferred to other facilities. And only a year later, the island would be commandeered for an ensuing 2 years by the United Indians of all tribes, which mostly consisted of college students protesting federal policies related to native tribes and their lands. In 1972, the National Park Service would acquire Alcatraz and would link it with the Golden Gate National Recreation Area. In 1976, the expanse would be listed on the National Register of Historic Places. In 1986, it was designated a National Historic Landmark. And in 1993, the NPS would publish a plan to double areas of the lockup accessible to the public. Alcatraz remains open into the present and offers tours of its facilities with emphasis on the quality of prison life during operation, as well as on the histories of various high-profile prisoners and officers. Not really all that surprisingly, when considering its history of violent offenders and squandered lives, the whole of Alcatraz Island is believed to host a slew of ghostly presences, and those braving its grounds have reported an assortment of inexplicable encounters. But reports of supernatural activity across its bounds is not a new thing, and stories of the island's power actually begin with tribes native to the area, who believed for hundreds or even thousands of years that it was infested by evil spirits. These beliefs were so concrete, in fact, that they would punish those who had committed crimes to time on the island, or even a complete exile, from which many were either later discovered deceased or never seen again. In the prison's earliest days, both guards and military personnel would report terrifying encounters with an evil spirit that emitted horrifying moans and sobbing sounds, an awful stench, and that sometimes manifested as a dark mass with glowing eyes that they dubbed very simply as the Thing. Interestingly enough, the prison's first warden, one James A. Johnson, often scoffed at tales of this entity. However, even he documented that at one point, while leading a group on a tour of the facility, everyone present heard the commotion of a woman sobbing from an area known as the dungeon, which was empty at the time. And as soon as the sobbing stopped, a cold breeze, which was felt by all, shot through the area. Additionally, other guards would talk of run-ins with a man in a gray suit, brimmed hat, and with mutton chops, who would appear in front of them for moments before fading away, as well as instances of phantom cannon and gunfire and screams that would send all but the bravest running in terror. Some notable cells on site include that of the famous Birdman of Alcatraz, where to this day birds have been known to gather, and the B-block cell of the iconic Al Capone, where small pranks are often played on the living, and where the sounds of banjo music, which Capone loved to play in life, are often heard. Subsequently, Capone's banjo strains have also been detected from the shower area, where it's believed he would joke with and entertain his fellow inmates in order to pass the time. In C Block, the utility tunnels are believed to harbor the spirits of Bernard Coy, Joseph Kretzner, and Marvin Hubbard, who were all killed in a 1946 escape attempt and whose apparitions are often sighted through the darkness. The laundry room is believed to hold an unseen presence that has been known to throw things around dangerously. And in the old hospital ward, several have told of disembodied voices and even screams. By far the most haunted area on Alcatraz is believed to be that of D Block, which is made up of 42 cells that all tote various levels of restrictions, and those braving its bounds have reported objects sighted moving around on their own, extreme cold patches, and phantom footsteps and voices. The last few cells within D are known as the Hole and offered some of the strictest solitary confinement conditions that one could possibly imagine. From within the hole, several have told of hearing tortured screams, banging, and scratching sounds. Terrifyingly, it's documented that one prisoner kept within the hole began screaming every night and pleading with the guards that he was being attacked after sundown by a ghostly prisoner with glowing eyes. The guards in turn would laugh at these claims until one day his screaming stopped, and his lifeless body was later discovered with strangle marks across its neck. Days later, during a convict count, guards would tally one more prisoner than there should have been. Slowly, everyone would turn to find that amidst the group was the full-bodied apparition of the strangled man, hand marks and all, who lingered for a second before fading away. Today, cells D12 and D14 are considered amongst the block's most haunted areas, and the latter is often described as sitting at nearly 20 degrees colder than the surrounding area. Lastly, on foggy nights, which are actually pretty common on Alcatraz, the phantom image of the island's old lighthouse has been known to materialize for moments before fading away in a flash. Thanks for joining me on this exploration of some of California.
Sorry. So that was some stuff out of Cali. Um, One second here. Hold on, guys. Hold on. All right, guys, one moment. Yes, you did actually, Victoria. All right, well, somebody requested something, so I'll throw this in here too. 1 second. All right.
Or Bigfoot.
Welcome to Watch Mojo. And today we're counting down our picks for the most believable footage of the mythical Bigfoot / Sasquatch.
All right, here we
Even if
go.
it turned out to be a hoax, we'll be looking at the best convincing evidence.
What is that?
Number 10, Provo Bigfoot. In 2012, YouTuber Beard Card was camping with friends in Provo Canyon, Utah, when they spotted some deer. So as curious folk, they wanted to get a better look at the creatures. However, then they saw something else.
Can't see it.
As they got closer, they began to wonder if what they were seeing was actually a bear. So they kept their distance. As the footage shows, obscured by branches, it does appear bear-esque. But then, the dark shape stands up sharply. Now it looks more like the legendary Bigfoot. Understandably, the campers were spooked enough to sprint away from the imposing figure.
It's too close to it. Oh, cool. Let's go.
Number 9, Rock Lobber. The surrounding area of Provo Canyon, Utah in 2012 seemed to be a hotbed of Sasquatch activity. In fact, some Bigfoot fanatics believe the U.S. state was the home of the creature due to the numerous sightings. This time, a hiker was in the woods when they spotted an intimidating figure walking among some trees before it kneeled down.
What the?
Even hearing the filmer's frightened breathing is nerve-wracking, but it gets worse. The figure, seemingly realizing the company, stands up suddenly and throws what appears to be a rather large rock. Of course, with such a display from an unknown creature with a big build, the person runs off, and we don't blame him. Number 8, Allegheny Bigfoot. In 2007, hunter Rick Jacobs set up a trail camera against a tree in the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. Yet when he examined the footage, it wasn't the typical creatures of the forest that caught his attention. Instead, there was a spooky snap of a bizarre gorilla-esque beast that wandered across the frame. The Bigfoot Research Organization, to whom Jacobs sent the image, claimed it looked like a juvenile Sasquatch. However, not everyone believes that to be the case. Representatives from the Pennsylvania Game Commission stated that the photo seems to be of a bear with some kind of skin disease like mange.
Appears to be a bear with a severe case of skin disease.
Number 7, the Pricey Study. In 2013, in Dallas, Texas, the Sasquatch Genome Project hosted a news conference where they went public with a series of clips and evidence to demonstrate that Sasquatches do indeed exist.
We've all had experiences that have changed our lives. I mean, literally shook the foundations of what we believe in.
The group had spent 5 years collecting proof and analyzing footage from another investigation known as the Erickson Project. The studied clips included footage of an apparent juvenile Bigfoot walking through a forest, while another purported to show a sleeping Sasquatch. All this in-depth research and data collection had cost the SGP a hefty $500,000.
They say they also have DNA proof of Bigfoot's existence.
Worth it to prove the existence of Bigfoot, right? Well, not everyone was convinced. Some mocked the analysis, saying it was not rooted in concrete scientific methods. And the best images the SGP could produce were dark, grainy, or otherwise inconclusive.
Their work is not done. They say they continue to collect evidence.
Number 6, digging skunk ape. In 2013, a man named Josh Highcliffe was hunting in the swamps near Tunica, Mississippi. As he waited until it got darker while dressed in camouflage, he heard a noise and went to investigate, hoping it was the hogs he was after. Instead, Highcliffe spotted a black furry creature crouched near a tree, seemingly stripping it of its bark or digging at its roots, perhaps for truffles? Only when it stood up did the hunter get scared enough to take off. Highcliffe was adamant that the 7-foot beast wasn't a bear. Instead, he believed it to be a skunk ape, a creature that is sometimes another name for Bigfoot, or a similar species that lives in swamps in the southeast of the U.S. Number 5, overhead Sasquatch. With new filming technology, we're now getting fresh footage. This time, we have a drone to thank for a clip that took the internet by storm in 2022. YouTube channel Ken's Carpentry went to find a bear and her 2 cubs in the Vermont woods before spotting something he didn't know what to make of.
What the world? What is that?
He sent a drone up to investigate, and shortly into the flight, instead of spotting a cute bear family, Ken captured what appears to be a bipedal beast strolling through the trees without a worry in the world. TikTok accounts and other social media users believe this to be the real deal and proof of Bigfoot.
What the world?
However,
Dude,
it's
you're
not.
a mess.
It was reported to be a joke by Ken's
Yeah, I can
Carpentry,
see you
who
doing
had
that,
previously
too.
released a video of someone in a Bigfoot costume helping build a cabin. Number 4, the trail snap. In 2012, Craig Solk had set up a trail camera on his property in Menominee, Michigan to help monitor quarry. However, as he examined the footage, one particular shot among the deer called for a closer look. In one frame, a bizarre primate-like figure can be spotted obscured by trees, seemingly stalking prey.
And one of those cameras happened to capture something that Craig can't explain.
Solk believed he had photographed the famous Sasquatch. He sent the image to the TV show Finding Bigfoot, which he was a fan of and who did an episode on his find. Even news programs put out segments on his discovery. Solk's image inspired a lot of viewers, who contacted him to recount their tales of interacting with the mythical beast. Unfortunately, Solk passed away from cancer in 2021, but his contribution to the Bigfoot community lives on.
This thing came by, was at the right place at the right time to get his photograph taken. Maybe that's a Bigfoot.
Number 3, the monster of Marble Mountain. In 2001, Christian youth group leader Jim Mills took the kids on a backpacking trip in the Marble Mountains of Northern California. Bizarrely, they came across a shelter made of vegetation. Nearby branches were snapped and claw marks were spotted on trees.
We noticed claw marks as we look at the trees and stuff.
But it got weirder as something on the mountain caught their attention. As the camera zooms in, a very tall figure can be seen walking down a ridge, apparently getting more and more agitated as it makes its way closer.
It's kind of looking at us,
I don't see it.
moving now.
Trees?
Immediately, the kids and Mills believe it's Bigfoot due to its longer than average arms and unique gait. The footage didn't really gain any traction until 2011, a year after Mills sadly passed away.
We're definitely not going to shoot him.
Number 2, family of Bigfoots. During the 80s, Paul Freeman was working for the U.S. Forest Service when he claimed he came across an 8-foot-tall Bigfoot. He even took plaster casts of its footprint, which experts apparently deemed were likely from an unknown species.
4 little tracks here.
From that day onward, Freeman vowed to get indisputable proof of the creature's existence. In the early 90s, while filming in the woods near the Blue Mountains in Washington, he found more unusual footprints to make casts from. As Freeman walked further into the brush, however, he seemingly spotted a Sasquatch in the distance, entirely unconcerned about Freeman's presence.
Oh, there he goes.
A few moments later, he erupts saying there are actually two of them.
Two of them, I guess.
What became known as the Freeman footage, this recording was praised by many as definitive proof. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications. Number 1, the Patterson-Gimlin film.
When I first saw her, she was standing upright.
In 1967, the creme de la creme of Bigfoot footage was shot along Bluff Creek, part of the Klamath River in Orleans, California. Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin, who both believed in the legend, decided to shoot a fictional film in the wilderness on horseback. The plot, of course, revolved around finding the creature. However, during the filming, they said they got real evidence of a female Bigfoot strolling by, who even turns to look at the camera as it continues its stride. This short clip captured the public's imagination. Both filmmakers were adamant that the footage was completely real and believed they had captured proof of the beast's existence. On the other hand, skeptics say it's just someone in a gorilla costume.
I say, well, think whatever you want to think. I know what I saw.
What other urban legend do you want to see alleged sightings of next? Mothman, werewolves, La Llorona, or something else? Let us know.
In many ways, Mothman has become West Virginia's favorite cryptid.
Did you enjoy this video?
Yeah, the Patterson footage is the most watched and looked at. You guys with this pecker toe thing. You guys kill me. It is the most watched and looked at footage ever made. Let me see something here. Let me see. Hold on. Let me give you guys. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, the black-eyed children seem to have got to a few of you guys a couple times. All right, let's check this out. I'm having fun with this stuff today. Like I said, if things go right, I might be in here tonight running a music stream. We'll see. For anybody that might be interested. And if not, it's no big deal. I understand. All right, let's see here. Mama Bear. Hello, Mama Bear. How are ya? You guys are a mess. I love it, though. What's a birth defect? A birth defect, Andy, is something you're born with that is not like a normal thing, you know? Hello. Hello, Mama. Mama Bear.
5 Scary. I'm Taylor, your casual crypt keeper, and I've got something for you. In the dark recesses of folklore, nestled between whispers and half-forgotten tales, lies the enigmatic legend of the Mothman. This video unfurls a chilling journey that dares to explore the shadowy depths of the supernatural and just kidding. You know it's mostly going to be me talking in front of a green screen and a few blurry clips. Well, let's give it the proper dramatic intro again. Set against the backdrop of this small
Let me open tap, see if I can get us. Okay, Credo. I'm lost, but okay. Okay.
Small town steeped in mystery. This story begins when strange occurrences shroud the community in fear. As sightings of a winged figure with glowing red eyes proliferate, paranoia infects the townsfolk, and unease tightens its grip. Are you bold enough to come with me as we take a look at the top 5 Mothman sightings caught on camera? Let's get into it. Do you think the Mothman is out there? Please let me know down below in the comments. I am just itching to hear. Number 5, Mason County. The legend of the Mothman originated in the town of Point Pleasant, Virginia in the late 1960s. Now that was a long time ago, and since then, the town of Point Pleasant has really welcomed the Mothman and celebrated him with festivals, merchandise, costumes, folk songs, and just about anything else you can think of. He's like the Mickey Mouse of Virginia over there. The people of Point Pleasant treat him like he's a folk hero. But is he still out there? While to some, the story was never anything more than an urban legend, there are others who believe he may still be flying above Point Pleasant. Now, although sightings of him have dwindled in recent years, he's never truly gone. Recently, a man was driving along State Route 2 and he saw something jumping from tree to tree. Like any of us would, he pulled over his car to stop and take some photos. Now, the man declined to be interviewed about this at all, but he was adamant that he hadn't doctored these pictures in any way. In these pictures, we can see some strange looking thing shrouded in shadow and night. The creature has wings with pointed tips and long legs bent at an inhuman angle. Now, while some doubt that the photos are anything meaningful, Point Pleasant locals insist that the Mothman is very real. I mean, he's their hero after all. There are just too many sightings around Point Pleasant for some locals to deny him anymore. One local, one Carolyn Harris, is the owner of the Mothman Diner, and unsurprisingly, she's adamant that the namesake is very real. First responders and the sheriff's department made her a believer after their reports. Now, Jeff Wamsley, owner of the Mothman Museum in Virginia.
Listen, I don't joke about the thing in my backyard, folks. I'm not kidding. I'm scared to death of this thing. I ain't seen it ever. I hear it. I've come close to seeing it, okay? I'm just saying. One of these days, I'm going to catch this damn thing. Maybe I'll even do a live stream on my camera, on my phone. And I'm going to do it from outside. And maybe I'll catch at nighttime, and maybe I'll catch it. I don't know. But something is back here. And it's been here since I moved in. Telling you folks, I will catch it one of these days. We will see.
Virginia argues that with modern technology, it's impossible to tell what is real. Well, regardless if the pictures are real or not, we can all agree that the legend and the celebration of Mothman is alive and well, and definitely serves the town of Point Pleasant well. If you're looking for way more clips of cryptids and all sorts of strange things coming out of the West Virginia woods, we've got loads of that and then some on Top 5 Scary. Even got tons and tons of stuff about the Mothman if that's your trick. Make sure you hit subscribe. If you would do me the favor, hit the little bell as well so you don't miss a single video that we upload. But you got to do that at the end of this video if you wouldn't mind, because I got 4 more Mothman sightings coming up for you right about now. Number 4, Luke Pilgrim. Coming in for our next entry is going to be this clip posted to TikTok by user The Luke Pilgrim with a caption, "Scare warning, we survived an encounter with the Mothman." Let's take a look at this clip, why don't we? And mind the scare warning. It might be scary. We can see someone outside, presumably a young pilgrim, playing, having a good time. And the youngster points up to something in the sky, something capturing their eye. What is it? A bird? A plane? Superman? No, something far more ominous. The camera pans up and you get a face full of the Mothman in clear view flying right towards you. Absolutely terrifying. Scare warning. Very correct. Now, I'm sure you're not stupid. I'm another story. I have a comedy writing degree. But since the TikToker's bio mentions that he's a North Georgian VFX artist and filmmaker, I would say it does seem a bit convenient that a VFX artist managed to land a perfectly framed and lighted sighting of a cryptid on camera. But I also like playing along with the fun here on Top 5 Scary. So even though this is CGI, let's just take that out of our brain, throw it that way. Let's just play along, eh? In this clip, we see a more threatening Mothman who is very real and not a computer. And a lot of people think of the Mothman as a sort of benevolent figure, in part because in recent years, the public image of the Mothman is that of a playful trickster, a very marketable little mascot made into merchandise, statues, costumes, so on, so on. But when the story first came out, the Mothman was described as a violent predator.
Bye, Kim. We love you. Thanks for sticking with us today. I appreciate you very much.
and whose sight was a foreboding warning of incoming danger. So, if anything, this clip of the very real Mothman is more accurately depicting it than most. Number 3, Dark Cauldron. Coming in at the number 3 spot today is going to be this clip that was also posted to TikTok. That's where he is these days. Now, we know of Mothman as being sort of an unofficial symbol of Virginia. They gotta put him on the flag. Mothman is Point Pleasant's most famous resident, but if this next TikTok is anything to go by, he might have been struck by a bit of wanderlust and needed to stretch those giant wings and soared across the pond all the way to England. Now, this clip claims that someone has.
Now, I want to know something. If you're driving down the road at night, it's late, you're out in the middle of nowhere on some dark ass road, and you see that thing in front of your car, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? I'm gonna hit reverse and drive as fast backwards as I can, even though this thing's got wings. But still, I'm just saying, nah, bro, I'm good. Yeah, and shit my pants too. Yes.
Seen the legendary Mothman all the way in England in the town of Harrogate outside the Yorkshire Hotel. Sounds like he packed his bags to scare locals in a new country. You know, probably gets boring scaring the same old Virginians over and over again. Point Pleasant's only so big. He's probably scared everybody by now. Should we roll the clip? Yeah, okay, we should probably roll the clip. So in this clip, we can see someone filming outside the lovely Yorkshire Hotel. Looks real classy, let me say. Looks very unobstructed by cryptids. You can start to see some strange lights in the sky, and in any other video, that's what we would have been focusing on in case they were aliens. But before we can analyze any possible UFOs, we see something familiarly leathery with giant bat-like wings soaring across the night sky. The caption mentions as well that the video was filmed at 3 a.m., which traditionally is the witching hour, and is when some paranormal enthusiasts believe the veil between our world and their world is weakest. Could that have been part of why the Mothman was captured here? Of course, I hear you say, Taylor, that's just another CGI Mothman. And I know most likely it's just a CGI Mothman for views, but I don't know why anyone would do that. Why would anyone lie about something on the internet just to get clicks? What kind of person would you have to be to do something like that? So I said, get it out of your head. Take that little CGI thought, get rid of it. These are real Mothman clips I'm showing you. Everything I've shown you has been scientific and very real. And talking about the Mothman is different than talking about UFOs or Ed and Lorraine Warren, so I'm not going to complain. Number 2, Slapped Ham. Little shout out for Slapped Ham. He's also in the Scary Videos game. He doesn't know my name, but I do watch your videos, Slapped Ham, so hey, shout out. Coming in next is this clip posted to Slapped Ham's TikToks. As a brief aside here, I noticed TikTok is really the only place on the internet Mothman sightings are still happening. I don't know if Mothman's getting shyer, if he's been photographed too much, but it seems like it's getting harder and harder to find that guy. You can't find him on YouTube anywhere. TikTok's the only place. Maybe baby boomers aren't on TikTok. Well, it could also be because the Mothman has been getting more elusive as well. In the last point, we saw him fly out of his hometown of Point Pleasant to explore all the beauty that the Yorkshire Hotel has to offer. And if this next clip is any indication, he's a frequent flyer, because it seems like he's also managed to fly all the way down to Asia, because this TikTok claims he's been spotted in Beijing. Now, this next clip I also think could be considered UFO footage, since it's very difficult to make out what's going on here. Come to think of it, actually, wouldn't most recordings of the Mothman technically make him a UFO, since he's an unidentified flying object? That's something to philosophize about in the comment section for me. We see something glowing bright blue, and ethereally bright light is seen flapping through the sky, quite honestly looking like a glowing moth. Now, it's very hard to tell what is going on in this clip because the footage is like primitively low quality. Does it bother anyone else deeply that in a world where every single living human being carries a professionally high-quality camera in their pockets at all times, that there are so few good videos of cryptids or UFOs or any of this stuff, even photos. All we see is just random blobs of black dots on grainy backgrounds. We've been doing this since the 1970s. We're still squinting at the same black dots in the sky. Did technology ruin this? Did it reveal too much and turn all of our myths and monsters into forgotten folklore ruined by the advent of technology? Have we gone too far that we've all lost our sense of wonder? Can we ever close Pandora's box? Number 1, short blockbusters. The answer is of course not. We're in the information age now, and no amount of misanthropic soliloquizing about the nature of humanity will undo that. I could lecture you about the nature of cryptids and the unknown being quietly defeated by cell phone culture all day, or I could find some fun clips of the Mothman on TikTok. We could all play pretend. We could all have a ball of a time. Our last TikTok up for today is this clip uploaded by the account Short blockbusters. Now, the name and the bio that says I animate dreams and nightmares does make it seem like this might be a CGI video. But hey, Avatar 2 is the best movie I saw last year, and that was a CGI video. So there's nothing wrong with CGI. I think we should stress less about whether something is real and focus more on whether something is fun. Roll the clip whenever. I'm doing great today. The Mothman has captured the attention and the hearts of people for decades, and I'm genuinely kind of curious why. And I'll send this to an open debate. I really would like to hear from all of you in this one. What is it specifically about this cryptid in particular that captivates people so much? Why does the Mothman last the test of time? Will it continue onwards for future generations? Will your grandkids be watching Mothman videos on whatever app overtakes YouTube someday? While we may never prove or disprove a physical Mothman in our lifetime, I think we don't need to worry about it. What is for sure is that the legend of the Mothman will exist as long as there are those to tell his story, like yours truly, and I'm not going anywhere, sorry to say. That's about all she wrote for this one, my ghouls and goblins. Thanks for putting up with me. As always, you know I love you dearly. Take
Guys, I think I got one more in me, and then that's gonna be it for a while today. Let's see, yeah. One moment, guys. I'm almost there. Um, if it'll let me do it. Let me see. Hold on. This is another place that's supposed to be haunted. Hold on. All right, one. Well, I'm gonna have to do something else for Westerfield, because there's a lot of blocks on that. So we'll finish up with this one. I had this saved from before, and hopefully it'll allow for this, and then we should end out with this. But Westerfield House is another one that's really interesting. Sorry, this guy's kind of scary looking. But it is definitely a really interesting story. So I got to find some unblocked stuff I can use and go from there. But this is still very interesting, I think, and it's just a little bit more of an addition to the Mothman stuff. And again, thank you guys for hanging on with me and spending Paranormal Fridays with me. I hope you've enjoyed today so far. He is a booger bear. Who are you talking about, Kimber? You guys are awesome. Yeah, here we go. Your trip, Kimber. It's raining on the screen, Twitter. Thank you, Pink. Oops, sorry guys, no sound. Hold on a minute. Sorry. I don't know. Some of these things work, sometimes they don't work, or sometimes it's operator error because I'm an idiot. So sorry. Okay. You guys hear it now? Hang on. Okay, how about now? You hear it now? All right. I think my microphone is dying, which, hold on. Could you guys see the video of it?
What are you doing, Derp?
I don't know. They're saying it doesn't sound right.
It doesn't. It's like it's garbled.
Could you see it?
You could see it, but you can't hear it. It's like.
Sometimes they'll shut this stuff down. I checked it.
And we can hear you fine, so it's not your microphone.
Okay. Well,
It's.
Let me try something else here. Hold up a minute. Good to see you.
You too.
Hold on a minute. Well, maybe it's the video that's messed up. Let's try this. See what this one does real quick. Did you work today?
Yes. Yes, I did.
I bet it's nice to be off.
Yes. And the fact that I'm off the next 3 days is even better.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I hope
I
so.
thought I was going to have to work tomorrow, but the teenager saved me.
How's that work?
She said she would come in and work.
Oh, the one that works
for a
there. I
few
think it was
hours.
one of yours.
Yeah.
I got you. Okay.
Oh, no, the one that works there. She's like, yeah, I'll come in and help for a couple hours. I was like, oh, thank you.
Good. You need a damn break.
So tired.
For sure. I bet you are. All right.
Zelda's
Let's see.
arms are getting tired from hanging on.
Well, hang along a little bit longer, Zelda. You guys are tough. All right, let's try this out and see if this makes a difference. It might be the video is bad. I don't know. Let me see. Can you hear this?
I hear something. Let it go for a minute and see what it. Yeah, I don't know if there's audio with this one, though. I mean, since they're putting text in the pictures, I would say there's not.
It does sound like an airplane. You're right, SRP.
Yeah, it does.
Supposedly, this thing was seen and for real. So
It doesn't even look real.
It looks like a damn gargoyle.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got a tail. That's nothing like what I saw. Okay. Anyway, let's
Better
try
than
that.
the pee.
Let's try this one. Jeez. How do you mistake something that looks like a giant moth for a helicopter?
Right?
I'm just asking. Like, that's a lot of drugs. Drugs. Jeepers creepers. That's right, Kimber.
Oh,
Hey.
I will, wisdom.
What's up,
Love you too,
monsters?
Zelda.
Phenomena. Do. Phenomena. Yeah, there was a movie that came out that Richard Gere was in, The Mothman Prophecy. It was a good movie. It's a really good movie. That's what got me interested in this. I had no idea what this was until that movie hit.
Yep.
And then I read 3 books that were put out about this that tell completely different stories. You know this guy? He looks like the lead singer from once bitten, twice shy. Who sings that song?
White
Great
Snake.
White. Or no,
Great White.
Great White. Yeah. Once bitten, twice shy. That's what he looks like, but I don't think it's him. He does look like the guy from Spinal Tap too. You're good on that, Andy.
Mm.
I don't know. Yes, Great White. Yeah, there you. Yep, you guys are good. You were pretty quick on that, Mama Bear. I knew you were thinking the right one, but said the wrong one. It's cool.
Yeah.
It had the same white in it.
Mm-hmm.
Carrot Top.
Boy.
Oh, his hair red or is it blonde? It looks kind of strawberry blonde, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's got some lighting on it, so
Yeah, it's probably good.
it's got
Anyway,
red in it, that's for sure. But
yeah, he does look like he came out of an 80s rock band, I'll be honest with you. That's true.
oh yeah, definitely.
All right,
Thank
moving
you, Leslie at Billy.
on. What'd they say? Yes, happy early Mother's Day, Mama Bear.
Thank you.
In case I don't get to see you again. Of course, I'll probably send it to you on Sunday anyway, but still. Saw Great White. So did I. I actually know Jack Blades is who he looks like. That's it. And the bass player, unfortunately, that passed away in the bar fire, I knew him personally. He was from this area. So he was the newer bass player from Great White. So moving. That's an interesting question. So what would he procreate with? Pink? Make little moth babies? Little Mothman babies? Unless it's asexual or whatever that is, they procreate with themselves. Excuse me. Or maybe since it's half man, half moth, maybe it could actually. Why am I having this conversation? Oh, it's okay, Allison. It's been a long time now, but thank you for that. It's probably, I think it's probably worse than Dimebag Marie because Dimebag dropped right away. This other guy, I think he suffered a bit. I'll be honest with you. Anyway, moving on. I want to talk about that. What clue? You saw the Mothman where?
Probably in her
When, where,
backyard.
and how? Well, she lives. To answer your question slightly, it sounds familiar.
Oh.
Who are you
That
talking
wasn't
about?
so this guy right here on the screen,
Yeah.
his name is Jeff Wamsley.
How the hell did you guys figure that out?
Because I got skills. He became a performer and teacher. In 1987, he recorded an album called Breaking Ground with his band Annex.
So he was a musician then, and obviously we got that right. Okay.
Yeah, and he opened his own small chain of record stores called Criminal Records. The first store location was in Gallipolis, Ohio.
Gallipolis, Ohio. Yeah, I've heard of him. That store. I've heard of the store. Interesting. Maybe that's why he looks semi-familiar. Hey, Gray. Welcome
He's
back.
done a couple books and several documentaries and
Cool.
been out there.
Cool. Annex. I have heard that name. That's weird. In Point Pleasant. Oh, okay. Interesting. You probably saw this. Okay. This lady has seen everything. Okay. A UFO landed in her brother's backyard. She's seen the Mothman multiple times. Now she's seeing the Men in Black. The next thing you know, she's going to be talking about seeing Jesus Christ or something. She's seen everything that they've asked her about thus far, and then some. I mean, I can believe some of these things, but lady, what's next? I don't know, guys. I don't know.
I'm sure she'll tell us.
People are coming to our door and asking us questions, and
I told you he's made of metal with eyes and sits outside the Mothman Museum. You're an asshat. I told you that's what she's saying at you. Is right there. That explains everything. Period. Those plastic things will mess your brain up. That's what's wrong with her. Just like Will Smith said it. He said it. Don't flashy thing me. because that's why she's talking so slow. It messed her head
Dude,
up.
is his last name really Frick? Is the other guy Frack?
Frack.
Sorry.
I can't with this video already. That lady over there, she's been flashy thingy too many times. She can't even talk three words per hour. It came up to the car, and then he put his hand up and said, "I told you to leave." Good Lord, lady. They're going to be interviewing you for 3 days. Timothy Frick and Stephen Frack.
Right?
She said far. I'm done. I can't stand you, Clue. I can't. That was a far. That was a far. I'm not going to call me the far department right now. You're a mess. I'm telling. Where is Cletus? She's protecting her moth grandbabies. That's probably what happened, Pink. Somebody asked about her if he procreated.
Leslie wants you to look up Hat Man.
Who?
Hat Man.
Okay, I
Not
will.
Pac-Man or
Hat. Like the Mad Hatter, Hat Man. Okay. He reminds me. Yeah, he does look a little bit like Vince Neil. Just not fat enough now, but yeah, I got you. Hat Man. I'll look it up.
A little bit. It said something about Mothman droppings.
Is it on the video?
Yeah.
Hold on.
And it goes in the classroom school books, it's going to remain the monster that we know it is today.
Whether Mothman is...
It's showing the damn Mothman going to the bathroom against a tree reading the paper. Are you serious?
They sell something in those little baggies that
You
are
see him sitting there
oh, yeah.
against the tree, reading the paper, going to the bathroom?
He's taking a woohoo, and they must put something in them little bags, and they call them Mothman droppings.
Huh. All right.
Once again, radiation does things to people.
That's why you don't live next to a power plant.
Right. Thank you very much.
Fact or fiction?
Actually, as you know, whether you've lost your damn mind or not, it's done a lot for our little town here. So thank you for being out of your effing mind. Whether you've taken too much acid or not.
Thanks for spending your money.
Yes. Thank you so very much. Keeping with tradition of my Greg, what the hell are you talking about today?
Mothballs.
Yes, everybody, remember to spay and neuter your cryptids, please. Thank you. Well,
I think I feel dumber for watching that now.
That was interesting. Now Clues did send me some. I'm not going to show you, but Cluminati she's been to Point Pleasant. She is officially a Mothman search team member. She went searching. I don't know. I'm on quiet, Caden. Yeah, eyes definitely side eyeing some of this shit for real. No junk up front, all in. Oh, Jesus God. I don't even know what to say to you anymore. Hey, Michelle, good to see you.
Hi, Mama Bear.
Hi, Caden. How was prom?
On the camera.
Answer the question quickly.
On the camera. Prom was good.
Good.
I carried my best friend on my back. So
awesome.
What does that have to do with
like
prom?
Okay, you know how Dirty Dancing is when they run into your arms?
Yeah.
He cleared the floor and he literally ran towards me and I caught him in there and held him up.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he did. That's all he
The
does.
best part about the whole thing is I asked the DJ to play the song, which was fantastic.
Awesome. I'm glad you went and had fun.
Oh yeah, I had a blast. It was
Cool.
something. I didn't eat though. I just wasn't feeling it.
Again.
Okay.
What'd you do to your cup?
Okay. Anyway, say hi. Say bye.
Bye.
All right, moving on. So yeah, he broke up with that girl today that he
Aw.
went with, and she tried to attack him in the hallway because of it.
Oh.
So yeah, it was
Wow.
crazy. He said he heard some things from one of his other friends that's friends with her too about her that he didn't like. So he made a choice to get away. And she proved herself as to why he did, because she went crazy on him today. So
Yikes.
so whatever. Anyway, he don't need that shit. I'm glad he did.
Yeah.
He was too good for her anyway, in my opinion. By the way,
Clue said Discord.
no,
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
they came in today. I don't know why
Awesome.
he's got that cheese ball smile, but nah, I think he was nervous.
Probably.
I don't know. Let me see something here. So. Oh, cool. There we go. Clue. Should have showed that stuff earlier. This is what Cluminati in jail.
Yeah, and she does have the Harley Quinn hair. I almost said
Yep.
air.
There she is in jail, guys. She did something wrong and they put her in jail. These are probably her pictures from there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's got Harley Quinn hair, therefore she. Yeah. So anyway,
Grace, she looks too well for him.
She is, I think. Anyway, I'm just grateful because there's things about her I was uncomfortable with, to be honest with you. You know how you can kind of get a feel for somebody.
Oh yeah.
Being around them, I was getting a bad vibe from her. So, well, like I said, she wanted. This is from Point Pleasant when Clue went. I'm guessing these pictures is pretty cool. Clue, thank you. That's the only one you show. No, I'm showing the other one. Don't worry. But anyway, what the hell was I saying?
I'm not crazy girl.
Oh, yeah. I just got a really bad like vibe from her, and the point when she asked if, or when she said to him that to see if he can come spend the night with her after prom at her house. No.
No.
Nope, you're not trapping my child. Sorry there.
No. Michelle, that would be my kitty. That would be Bean. He
Mr.
thinks
Bean
he's
Bean.
dying of starving.
Is he meowing?
Oh yeah. I'm surprised you haven't heard him.
No, I haven't heard him yet once.
Are you ready to eat?
Oh, now I hear him. Meow.
Now. Sounds like he says now.
Now.
Bean,
Yeah.
you ready to eat?
Now.
Now.
Now. Right now. Yes,
Come
they're very demanding.
Yeah. 8
Boring.
o'clock on the dot.
Oh, he really wants to eat at 8 o'clock every day.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys. This is Trans Allegheny. Cool.
So I have two as
thought
well.
that
They're
other-
both about 22 pounds each. Come here.
Yeah,
Come here.
Groucho and Bean.
Bean, come here.
He said,
Come
"You
here."
ain't food. I don't want you unless you got food in your hand."
Exactly. Every time I go to pick him up, he takes off running because he thinks I'm getting up. Come here. Come here.
Meow. I've never heard him make noise before.
Come here. Oh.
He's a monster, big kitty. Meow.
Say hi.
That's how big he is.
Say hi and be nice.
Look how big he is. He's so soft looking. I just want to like rub my face all over him. Now the other one she's got is super comical because he's got a mustache. His name is Groucho. He's got the little mustache right there, right here, and it looks perfect.
Let me grab him. Hold on.
Yep. Yeah, he is. They're both adorable. That one right there, she just had when she was with us more often, we'd be in here talking and doing our thing, and he'd come walking across the camera, and then he'd turn around and he'd face his ass right at the camera without fail every time. Thanks for the pics, Clue. Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum in West Virginia. It's another crazy place, folks. I'm not going to comment on that. You're welcome. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Gray. There he is. Tell me he's not adorable. You just type in my name. Golf.
Come here.
What is he doing?
I know. You don't like being on camera.
There he is. Fuck.
He's too worried about eating. Ugh. He's got his mustache. Shedding. What are you doing?
Me?
Yeah?
Trying to kill a bug. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Criminy. I'm not playing that game this year. Sorry. Ever since I moved back here, I didn't think about it. I got like 3,500 trees in my backyard.
Mm-hmm.
I've been getting these carpenter ants this big that are coming across my desk now, and I'll be sitting here and something rolls across my hand. I'm like, woof, you know. Because what I first think it is a damn spider, and you know how I feel about those. So
yeah.
Motherfucking antsy, just leave me alone. Anyway. Okay, so what was your question, Golf? I'm sorry, this Discord thing. How does she go in and find me in Discord, Mama Bear?
That's very cool, Leslie.
I don't know how to do that stuff. Just type in my name, I thought. Maybe.
Probably, yeah, if she typed in the True Crime Cafe with the Dago.
Or Golf, what is your name in Discord, Golf? Let's try it that way. If you want to get into the Discord, because you've been around forever and a day, just message Brandy. She can get you in. Same as here. Golf Inspector. Okay. Yeah, just email. I don't even know if Brandy's in here anymore, but you could email Brandy and she'll get you in. I have a tiny spider with a web right outside my window. I don't need to hear about that, Victoria. That's caca. It's all caca. Spider stuff is all bad. Let me see if I can find her in the Discord. Hold on 1 second, Golf. Nope. No, because it's private. It won't let me do it. I don't know how to do it. Yes, happy, because I may not see any of you ladies on Sunday. Happy early Mother's Day to all of you awesome and amazing mothers. It's all in one word. Yes. I hope you guys have an amazing Sunday. I'll probably see you tomorrow, though. But still, you had to invite her. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know, Leslie. What I was trying to do is invite her into the sauce chat, but let me try it one more time. Nothing. It won't give me anything. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for what, Kimber? Thank you. Oh, for what I just said. I'm a dumbass. Sorry, guys. Jesus Christ.
What?
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm thinking about too many things at one time, guys. But yes, happy Mother's Day to all you amazing mamas. And thank you for being the mothers that you are, and have been to everybody.
Golf, mine is Mama Bear 3076, I think.
Is there a number behind your name, Golf? Maybe that's why. Brandy, are you still in here or no? I doubt she's in here. Nobody. They all leave me. They come in
So if
for.
you can find me, yeah, it's 3076. Mama Bear 3076.
like
If you
this
can
shirt.
find me and friend me, then we can figure it out from there.
Is that a whole shirt or is it like a sweater thing or something?
What, mine?
Yeah,
It's like what do they call it?
that's cool.
Like a tunic.
Oh,
Almost it's almost like a dress almost, but I have leggings on underneath it.
that's awesome. I like tie-dyed stuff.
Yeah. That's why it's fun to work at a hippie shop.
Oh, yeah. Does it smell like patchouli oil in there?
No, but she just got some incense sticks and oils and stuff. I do too. I'm gonna tell her no. It'll give me a headache.
Juniper's mother wears it and her grandmother wears it. And every time she comes over, she smells like, and I want to like go bathe her immediately because I hate that smell. Nah, get jumpa. Yeah, Golf, we'll get you in there. Well, hold on a minute, actually. What's Brandy's email for that? Mom of 3? Or 5 or something like that. Let me see something.
Mom of 350 at AOL.com.
And that goes for anybody that's been here more than 35 days. You're welcome to join us in there if you'd like to. Meow. Meow. Mom of 350 at AOL.com. Yeah, if you email her at that email address, Golf, and just say, hey, it's Golf Inspector. I want to jump in the Discord. She'll send you the link, bing, bang, boom, and you'll be here with the rest of us. Because I do jump in here and we have conversations and hang out. I'm going to start doing the movie thing again because I really enjoyed that and other stuff that we can watch in here. And being that it's been decent, I want to start doing some stuff in there again because I really like that. I like hanging out with you guys where we can do whatever the hell we want without having to worry about regulations and stuff. So,
did you get that picture I sent you in Discord? That Jeff Walmsley and Bobcat Goldthwait.
Oh, Bobcat, yes. Let me see.
I would not have known that was him.
Holy shit. Oh, wow.
Right?
Wow. I mean, honestly, when Bobcat was younger, holy shit.
Right? Mom of 350.
That's pretty cool. It is Mom of.
I put AOL or Gmail. It's AOL, not Gmail.
Yeah, Mom of 350 at AOL.com. Yeah, she has an AOL account, not Gmail. I just messaged her to see if she's.
Who has an AOL account anymore?
Brandy
Besides Brandy.
Brandy does. I don't know. That's what I said. I'm like, how the hell do you still have an AOL? I didn't even know AOL was still around. But
I mean, I still have a Yahoo, but
all I got is email. My AOL account has been down for I don't know how long.
Yeah.
So there was our Paranormal Friday today, folks. I hope you guys at least kind of enjoyed it. I know there wasn't a lot of peeps in here, but that's okay. There usually isn't if we're not talking about the craziness going on YouTube. I might come back in here later on. Caden keeps nagging me about it. We'll see what happens with the boss lady. She just started as of today her second vacation. She's off for 9 days now.
Well, good grief.
She deserves it. She earns it.
Oh yeah.
Good. I'm glad, Alicia. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I tried to bounce it around today. No problem. Thanks for telling me that, Clue.
Kimber.
Ain't broke, don't fix it. There you go. I tried to bounce it around to different things today. That way it wasn't just all locked into one thing. And of course, that way, listening to a video all day that wasn't going to put me to sleep. So we can't have that. But hopefully it was enjoyed. Hey, JC, good to see you. There, but I think I put her on G-Rev. Okay. So the next time, guys, listen, if you guys have anything that is paranormal related, I can find plenty of things to talk about with paranormal. I have so much of it. But you guys
I'd always watch my favorite idiot, CJ Faison.
There you go.
At least his are funny.
Yeah, yes. But send it to me, guys, if you have any personal experiences.
Oh no.
I don't know. Maybe, depending on how long it takes, we'll see. Because Caden's grinding on me about going live tonight for the other things. So we'll see. We'll see what happens either way, one way or another. But send me anything you guys want to paranormal. I will look into the things you send me if it's not something personal. And looks like my head's blue flaming. That's cool. Anyway, and we'll run it, guys, and we'll add to it if we can. So please send it to my anything you have, highlight it so I know what it is. And what it's for, because I enjoy doing the paranormal stuff a lot. I with all of that happening, I can't understand where the hell Molly was all day, because Molly loves paranormal. I haven't seen her all day, so I daren't know. Hey, Southern gal, good to see you.
She's still coming around on weekends.
I don't know where. Yeah.
Friday.
Oh, the Hat Man thing. That's right. Yes, Kimber, the Bell Witch stuff. I love that one. We will look into the Hat Man thing for sure. Hold on a minute here. Yeah, she wasn't in clues this morning, but that was the only time I saw her. After that, nope, she's gone. So, okay. No, she's busy or whatever's going on. I don't know. But she would have loved that stuff because she loves that stuff, period. So, let me see something here real fast. But like I said, I tried to be a little different with it today because I kind of wanted to bounce things around, make it a little bit different, a little bit of everything. You know what I mean? So that was why we kind of did that. So I don't know, unless they're all hanging out in the Discord themselves talking, that's very possible. Brandy hasn't responded to me. Usually she always does. So that could be it. Who knows? Let me see. The Hat Man, Shared Nightmare, Reddit, 4chan, TikTok. Whoa, this looks interesting. Okay, so we'll look into that then. Absolutely, Andy, that would be awesome. If you want to do that, please do. You live there, and there's so much more we can cover on Bridgewater. That's awesome, Maria. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad I could help out. Now share it to everybody and make them watch it so I get more views. I'm just kidding.
Goodness.
I've been live for 5 hours. Yes, I was. And we only had, I think the max we had 75 people in here. Or no, we had 100 at one point, and everybody said, this is boring, bye. And they left. It's not really too hard, Alicia. Once you get into Discord, now you can ask Mama Bear. When we first started Discord in here, I was like, you'd have thought we were looking at some kind of NASA shit or something because I couldn't figure nothing out. And I was like, what is this? What's that? Why is this doing this? How do we do that?
I know we were all like, excuse me, teenage child, come here.
Yeah, none of us really could figure it out. There's a couple of us in here that knew what they were doing, but other than that, no. I still don't really know it that well. But
no, not really. Gotta know enough to get by.
Tell you about they go, thank you, please tell me. Tell me.
Mm.
Oh, no, I see what you're saying. I will. Definitely. Yes. All you ladies, all you mamas, I hope you guys have a wonderful Sunday, Mother's Day, because like I said, you'll probably see me tomorrow. Maybe tonight late, but Sunday is Mama's Day, and that's her day. So unless something huge blows down, you won't see me. But na 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 na. You're welcome, Victoria. And for all of you that maybe not be mamas, but you have helped out and been somebody's mama per se, same to you. All you single fathers that are out there, if you're listening, same to you, because I know I've been that guy too. I think that's it. Oh, and yes, tomorrow I have to be in here tomorrow for sure, because tomorrow is Miss Cluminati's birthday.
Ah.
She's gonna be 52, and we got to tell her happy birthday. So
52.
there you go, Andy. You're a doggy mama, so happy Mother's Day to you. She's probably gonna come through my screen in a second. What'd you say?
Probably.
Either that or she left again and she didn't even hear me. So
You might get lucky.
yeah. And she knows I'm just teasing her anyway. I gotta come in here at least. I'll be in here tomorrow for a little bit, and I do have to make sure I play her the happy birthday song. If by some chance I don't see her tomorrow, oh shit, she is here. Okay. If by some chance I don't see her tomorrow, see you tomorrow, Clue. Happy early birthday. I hope you have an amazing day and you get the best day possible because you deserve it.
Yep. Have a happy birthday and a happy Mother's Day, Clue.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day as well if I don't see you tomorrow.
Because I know one of my girls is wanting to go shopping for summer clothes, so
On Mother's Day.
see. No, tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Caden's going tomorrow too. My parents are going. They like taking him shopping. I'm like, good, go for it, because he's too big now, and his shit ain't cheap no more. So
They like
go for it.
they like thrift stores.
Really?
So I'm lucky. Mhm.
Yeah, you are. Not this kid. He wants like, Dad, did you see the new Jordans that come? I'm like, no, I didn't, and I don't want to, because I don't want to pay $300 for a pair of shoes.
Eh.
No, he's
No,
not
my
that
kids
bad.
don't care about the titles, the brands, none of that.
Well, and he really doesn't. He likes basketball shoes for some reason. I don't know why, but I'm excited because he's recently regained his interest in skating, right? Like skateboarding.
Oh,
And
cool.
so he's been messing with that. And he's like, hey, when we go school shopping for when we go get shoes for school and stuff, he goes, I want because we usually get him a couple pair in the beginning because he wears his shoes out like hell. But he goes, I want the new or old school Vans and Chuck Taylors. And I was like, yes, thank you, God. Because they're not anywhere near as expensive as what he wants. Okay.
Right.
Like LeBron's and all them other things that he likes are too. And he's still growing out of them. So you drop $150 on a pair of shoes and then he's out of them in 6 months. What's the damn point? So
Yeah. I used to be big into Skechers too, Victoria, and then recently I have gotten into the Blowfish brand.
that's a brand of shoes.
Yeah, they're hold on. Kind of like this.
Oh, Brandy wears those. She's got a bunch of those actually.
Yeah, I've got 3 pair. Those ones aren't actually Blowfish, but I don't know where the pair went. I
Hold
got
on a
shoes
second.
everywhere. Started working for a clothing store. Now I got more shoes than I've ever had in my life. Yeah, these ones are the Blowfish shoes. And I have fallen in love with them. Oh, I haven't been to Ross in a long time. I kind of forgot about them. Crotch tails, that would be cool too.
Okay. I don't know what the hell brand. Is this what you're talking about?
Yep, it looks like. Yep.
Okay, yeah, she's got a bunch of these.
Yeah, mine are.
Bunch of different colors.
Yeah,
She gets hers
these
on.
are.
Yeah, she got. Damn, you do got a little bit of a decent sized foot, Mama.
Yes, I wear a size 9.
I got Hey Dudes. She's got Hey Dudes. But those, she found 4 pair of those shoes at what's that shoe place? Shoe Carnival. Okay,
Mm.
all different. She's a denim pair, red pair, those pair, and she paid $12 for all of them combined.
Oh wow, cool.
And we had some kind of coupons and all this other shit. You always look for those discounts.
I had the same pair of Skechers for like, I swear, 10 years. And then we went on vacation to Michigan and I ended up going into the lake with them on, and that kind of did those in. And then I fell in love with the blowfish, and then it just kind of grew from there. My favorite shoes, I don't wear them very often. Grab them. These are my favorite shoes, but I don't wear them very often because they are white and I want to keep them nice.
Gonna have to deal with
Uh-oh.
I will. Are those Chuck Taylors?
No, they look like it though.
Randy wears those too. Those are cool.
Those are my favorite. I don't wear them very often because they're white and I don't want to ruin them. But
Randy, I know that.
thanks.
Those are Japanese cherry trees, right?
Cherry blossoms.
Or blossoms. Yeah, there you go. So I guess this girl is
Oh
now
wow.
has now sent my
Special
wife.
edition. What?
This girl has sent my wife a book online, like through Messenger, and my other son. She found them online through Facebook and sent them all these messages and stuff about Caden. She won't understand why he won't talk to her and blah 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 blah. She's being crazy.
Oh man.
So
I don't usually either, Victoria, but I love the Japanese cherry blossoms and Japanese, like the dragons and all that stuff. So I saw them and I just had to have them. Yes, people do need to chill.
I don't think she's got a mother that pays attention to her. And I think that's the problem.
That's awful.
It is. Yes, I know, Alicia. Thank God. She knows she's been to my house though, so she knows where I live. So
Yikes. Be more than that other monster out there living in the trees.
mhm. It is a little scary. He don't deserve this kind of stuff, and he doesn't deal with this kind of stuff because he doesn't understand it. He doesn't
Right.
understand why she's acting like this. So he's a little anxious about this.
Oh, these are Timberlands.
Okay. I used to have a couple pair like they're called
muddy.
Doc Martens.
Mm-hmm.
Doc Martens. Yeah, I had a black pair and I had a like a reddish color.
I did too, Victoria, till I started working at a clothing store. And then when you get a discount or, clothes instead of pay, that's what happens. Get more
Mm. What are we? Yeah, he doesn't need all that stuff. He doesn't even understand the relationship basis. It wasn't like he wasn't. It's not like that. That's just not his thing. So whatever. I told him, I said it'll be all right, and if she doesn't leave it alone, then we'll have to contact the school, and maybe she needs to talk to somebody. I don't know. What did she do not? Now.
Oh, do now.
Who are you talking about, Glitter? My son's girlfriend?
Yeah, I think that's who she's talking about.
He broke up with her today because one of their friends that they had together came to him kind of and said confidentially and said, "Hey, I think you need to know that I think she did this, or I'm pretty sure she did this, and with her ex-boyfriend, and that she's doing certain types of drugs." And I was like,
Clue.
So he doesn't like that kind of stuff. He doesn't like drugs, and he doesn't like that, and the fact that she's messing around with her ex-boyfriend who threatened her and hit her and all this other stuff. Kaden said, first of all, I'm under stress and stuff like that, and like it's the end of the school year and this testing, and he's trying to work on his grades. And he goes, I just don't want to deal with stuff like this, so I think we better go our separate ways. And she sends him immediately after that because he did it over the phone, which he doesn't know. He shouldn't do that, and I told him that. But after class, they come out of class, and she finds him in the hallway and comes running up to him and gets in his face. What did I do? Why are you doing this? Blah, 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 blah. He's like, whoa. He tried to talk to her, and she just keeps freaking out and screaming. So they had to, the school nurse had to grab her and pulled him into the room, and
oh my
he started having an anxiety attack and this and that. I'm like, thanks, here we go. So I don't know, guys. I don't know. And I told him, I said, because he is a me, and I know how I was. Okay. I said, I better not find out that you broke up with this girl for some other girl, because that's not the way to do this, son. I said, you just don't boom, boom, boom. And I went through that where I was going through like dating or whatever you call it.
Oh, I'm sure we all did.
5 or 6 different girls in a month because I was not sure of what I wanted, So he's not like that yet. I'm hoping that he doesn't get that way either. But her parents are living in another town in a different school district, and she's living with her friends, and I think her parents. So I don't even know how that goes. I'm a little nervous about that too. So yeah, the hair, we all question the hair. That's what I said. He doesn't understand nor need this stuff. So it is what it is. He'll be all right though.
Yeah, he will.
So, all right, guys, I need to jump off of here and go spend a little time with the spouse. And if I can get back in here, I will. If not, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for jumping up with us, Mama Bears. Nice to see you.
Yep, you're welcome. It's fun.
I'm glad you got some days off. Again, I hope you guys enjoyed this. If I don't see anybody, happy Mother's Day. I hope you have a great weekend. For those of you that I will see you soon. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, guys. And please don't change a thing about yourselves, because you guys are the beautiful peeps. And I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. I will see you, I'm sure, sometime over the next 3 days. Love y'all, and happy Mother's Day to everybody.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.